Hello, and welcome to our Tuesday evening workshop. Director Roy, please kick us off.
Tonight we'll be going over general government. The overall increase is $163,066, or 28%. City Council's overall increase was $1,028. Mayor's overall increase was $750. City Administration overall increase was $710. They have 5 employees within that department. Marketing's overall increase was $160,578, or 151. Marketing does have a new program on page 18 for communications specialists at $93,675, of which $4,650 is a one-time cost. And again, this isn't in the budget. Do you have any questions for the marketing director on this position?
Yes. Director, if you could please join us here and just explain.
Hi, I'm Angie Morris, Marketing and Communications Director for the City of Lewiston, and this is a position for a communication specialist to help our mighty but small team do more communications for the city. As you know, we certainly work with the traditional media, so Channel 8, Channel 7, Sun Journal, to make sure that the constituents know our latest programs. We also work with social media, which can be pretty challenging because we have Facebook, Instagram, all of them. And quite frankly, I'd like to add the WhatsApp, which is a really good app that our immigrant community uses. So with a little bit of a larger staff, this person can help us with social media, be more proactive in our outreach to the community instead of always just reacting. Oh, and video is very important.
Questions from the council? Yes, Councilor Chittum.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. What is the payback? What's the anticipated payback? Any sense of the value added for this $90,000+ expenditure?
You know, when I thought about it and researched other departments, not only in the state, the closest city, of course, will be City of Portland, and they have 3 people in their communication staff. Our neighbors across the street have 3 also. One is solely dedicated to the downtown area. So I went a little farther and researched Prosper, Texas, which has a population similar to ours. They have 8 people. So I'm not asking for 8. But the return on that would be just, quite honestly, to be more proactive so we can get our word out instead of just reacting. I don't know if that helped you in any kind of way, but.
Okay, you gave me some answers, but not to the question, and I realize that it may not be answerable, but I'm looking for dollar value. We spend $90,000+, and by the time, now is this a total cost,
Yes.
Director Roy? This is fringes and benefits and everything else?
Correct, and it's
Okay.
the desk, the telephone, all of that.
Okay.
And that's, I did put down on your sheet that you got, $4,650 is only a one-time cost. And
Right.
you won't see that next year.
So we're looking at roughly a $90,000 expenditure in the out years. I know it's very difficult to answer, but my question essentially is, are we going to see $90,000 worth of benefit for that expenditure?
Oh, we would. We would mainly because, for example, when I am able to have someone on the staff that's able to be proactive with me, that is cost that we save in terms of buying an ad or doing a TV commercial. Or quite frankly, even doing ads on social media. So when we're able to be responsive to the community faster, better, with more accurate information, that's our return on our investment with this person. While she and Dottie can be more proactive, I would still be a little bit more reactive.
Thank you.
Councilor Najin.
Hello, Director. I have just a couple of points in this conversation, and one of them is certainly I think that marketing is appropriate in spaces like economic development, where we have made a lot of changes in what can be built where and how, and there seems to be not always the best coordination between certain departments and getting the message out, and then also just general communications from the city. So we're talking about, and I think I've mentioned before in the past, like a comms policy piece, and like whether or not we can create, modules in order to go back to promoting specific functions on multiple levels, because one of the complaints that we'll always get is, I don't read the paper. I only read the paper. I'm highly visual. Language issues. Like all of these pieces, so that like, would this position help develop a better way to communicate with our overall constituency, I guess is the question.
Oh, yes, for sure. So, for example, one of the great lessons that we learned during October 25th is that we had no outlet or no real method to communicate with the deaf community. So, part of this person will help us with ASL. Certainly, there are 5 languages that are spoken here that this person can help us to be more proactive about. And you're right, like when it comes to the departments, there are 11 departments. And I, pitch it for police and fire when they want, but PW, it's a whole different world in a good way. Is anyone? In a very good way. But, so for example, there's the upcoming snow bans, the winter parking bans, that not only have to be put out there in terms of the traditional media, the social media, in language, to all the TV, and it just goes on.
And Civic Plus as well, and the other
Civic
channels.
Plus,
and
yeah.
That only works if people sign up for
Right.
it. And the bat signal from the top of the building.
Yes.
So, yeah, I was just interested in that, because it seems like at some points, sometimes we have maybe a disconnect in communicating.
Oh,
like, in a consistent pattern across multiple platforms. And so, and I do think while there's a lot of, things that people are concerned about right now, there are also some good messages that we should possibly be getting out there as well. So, yeah, thanks.
Councilor Gallant.
Thank you, Mayor. A while back, we talked about getting signs that says Public Works is here and things. This person's role will be taking pictures of activities happening around the town so they can be more quickly put on Facebook and places like that.
Oh, yeah.
And, I would think that that's part of that role would be maybe new personnel coming in. Something I miss in the city here that places I worked before, when on a new hire, oftentimes we would go down if they're a dump truck driver and get a picture of them first
Yep.
time in a dump truck and do a little thing in a newspaper that says, now we use Facebook, so we have new employees, which then promotes, I believe, people wanting to come work in your community because they show you care about their people. That'd be part of their role as well.
Oh, absolutely.
And if I understand correctly, currently there's you and Dottie,
Correct.
and Dottie pretty much is a fixture on her chair unless she's got a council thing to go to do it, so technically it's really you?
Well, she does get out often, yeah. But yes, together we will tackle it. So for example, we started just a couple of years ago, Facebook, going live. Previously, before I got here, we never did that. We just it was more or less a one-way street, which is, in my opinion, a little unfair for constituents because they want to interact. And so we're doing our Facebook Live with our assessor. Actually, we had to change the date because of the snow. Thank you, the 23rd. But it's those kind of things that we can take advantage of that are certainly free, cost-effective, and can help us get the word out.
Thank you.
Yeah, when I first became mayor, it was obvious that we needed a marketing department. I advocated for your position. And yeah, this is a no-brainer. We need to add somebody to staff. There's a lot going on. And, sometimes it's not always possible to draw a straight line between what marketing does and the value saved, but over time, it makes a massive difference. And, thank you, and Dottie, for everything you guys do.
Thank you.
So the overall increase in marketing was for advertising and marketing, $150,000 for the special events and the city sponsorship and the marketing that she does. So next is the city attorney, which is on page 42. That remains flat. There will be no change in that. Then next, city clerks is on page 43. You'll see an overall decrease of $3,805. That is from an increase in city clerks overall $26,000 or 7%. This is all in wages. They have steps and COLAs for 5 employees. And you'll see an overall decrease in elections of $30,602. This is all due in personal services due to 2 less elections that are coming in fiscal year '25 that she doesn't have. She has 3 elections this year. There'll only be 1 next year that she will be doing. So that's on that. I don't know if you have any questions for city clerk?
Councilor Najin?
And this may not be your purview, but I'm curious about, so I'm showing that there's a rent line, and it looks like we haven't really spent much in 2024, and I just wanted you to possibly speak to, like, I know it's a small number, but I'm just wondering what it is. So
Sure, the rent line would cover 2 different areas. One is we have to pay a rental fee to the Green Ladle. It's basically a cleaning fee after we're in there. And the other item for a rent line would be that when Public Works sets up the poles and picks up the poles, we pay rent regarding, it's a cross-charge regarding the use of their vehicles.
Perfect, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Further questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is finance, page 44 and 45. The overall increase of $104,589 or 12%. Finance can be found on finance administration on page 44, overall increase of $10,318. This is all due in personal services, an increase of $10,725 for steps and COLAs for 1.5 positions. This is myself and the administration assistant that is shared in my department along with the purchasing department. So half our time is in my budget and half time is in purchasing. Purchasing's overall increase is $17,858 or 17%. Again, this is all in personal services. The increase of $17,849 is for 1.5 positions, the COLAs. And there is no longer credit. Before, there was a credit in this line for when they do lead bids. When they do work for CDBG, when they do the bids, there's a certain portion of their time that is charged to that grant. They will no longer have that. That's why that increase is higher. Accounting and audit is on page 44 and 45. Overall increase of $12,000. Again, this is all in personal services, increase of $32,550, which is attributed to the steps and COLAs. Treasury and tax collector on page 45, overall increase of $44,303. Again, this is all in personal services, increase of $37,333, attributed to COLAs and steps. There's 9.4 positions in this department. We share a employee with assessing. So she works for us on Mondays and Fridays, and the rest of the week she is up in assessing. And that is it for finance. Any questions on finance?
Councilor Chittum?
Thank you. A quick question, Director Roy. The CDBG, we're no longer allowed to assign or assess support fees to CDBG grants. Is that a federal mandate, or how did that come about?
The lead grant is going to be ending. So fiscal year '24, the lead grant's going to be ending, and that's what they used to do the bids on, as you see when you're on the finance committee. All those bids for the lead removal and everything, that will no longer be happening because that grant's going away. So that's why the credit's going away.
Okay, so the lead program was the only program that authorized the charge to external departments?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any questions? No? Okay. So we'll move to MIS, which is on page 46. The overall increase is $169,885 or 23%. Personal services is increasing $31,776. This is for steps and colas. There are 5 employees in this department. Contracted services increase $138,000. This is in the maintenance and license. And they have $138,989 that's going to the Office 365 for 350 users renewal of $93,874. Barracuda Cloud backup for $48,000, and then PACE, which is training for our Munis software at $8,000. Their capital outlay, all of these requests have been moved to page 35, item 2 through 11, to be funded by fund balance. These are for PCs, laptops, tablets, printers, scanners, cameras, and then also in that fund balance is $383,000 for the LCIP items that MIS had. And we can bring Craig up to talk to you more about any of these items that if you have any questions.
Yes, Councilor Chittum.
Thank you. Director Starr, thank you. A question for you. We've heard in prior workshops that there are various departments in the city that have specialized platforms for their software, their maintenance, their reporting, and so on. Does the MIS, almost said MI5, does the MIS department upstairs oversee or participate in any of those specialized platforms?
We are involved in most. We were not involved with the fire department's purchase when they bought their fire reporting software a few years back.
I made a blue sky request observation that there may be a possibility that we could consolidate all of these various disparate platforms into one, not this year, maybe not next year. Can you either shoot holes in that balloon or tell me that that might be a viable solution to?
It's definitely worth getting the players into the same room to see if we can find a common vendor that fits all of their needs.
Thank you.
You're
I
welcome.
love that answer.
Is there a common vendor that makes vertical software for fire department, police department?
I honestly have not gone to look to see if there is a common vendor, so that
Yeah,
I would want to have the involvement of the police chief and the fire
Right.
chief.
I guess I would be surprised to find.
Yeah.
And then for also Public Works.
I believe
and-
that's what they found a few years ago. It was before I had this position that they purchased that software, so can't speak to that directly, but I believe that was the case. They couldn't find a common package that fit their needs.
Right. Councilor Chittum.
Mr. Mayor, thank you. Yes, just because we think the answer might be no is no reason not to ask the question.
Exactly, yeah. And we can ask the question for sure.
Any other questions?
Further questions? Yes. Thank you, Director Starr.
You're welcome.
Next, we'll go over assessing on page 47. Their overall increase is $56,019 or 19%. Personal services increased $54,449 due to steps and colas. The senior appraisal position in the current year budget was phased in as of January. So next year in fiscal year '25, it will be a full year. There's 5 employees in this department, and that's the overall assessing. Is there any questions?
If you could join us, Director Healy. Councilor Chittum.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm not certain whether this is for Director Healy or Director Roy. The revaluation that we are currently about to embark on, or maybe we've started already.
We've started.
That's not included in the operations budget. That's entirely an LCIP
No, that's an
funded.
LCIP.
Okay, all right. I thought so, but I want a confirmation. Thank you.
More questions for our assessing director? He says no, he's not taking any more questions.
Go ahead, I'm ready.
Councilor Najin.
I just wanted to comment, not on the budget piece, but on the assessing process. I think that the outreach in order to communicate with the public is great, and I know that there were a couple of hiccups early on that I think that we're working through. So I greatly appreciate that, and ultimately we got 2 more years of this. So, thank you for being flexible and also working with the constituency.
No problem. I think open lines of communication are very helpful.
We can't wait to watch your live Q&A.
Neither can I.
Please continue, Director Roy.
Next is Human Resources, and again, we'll be on page 18. There is a new service and program for a Human Resource Benefit and Training Specialist at $93,675. Again, which $4,650 is a one-time cost. And again, this is not in the budget. Do you have any questions on the new program and service?
I have a general question here. So, I would love some stats on city employees in the sense that, like, our municipal staff does not reflect the diversity in our community, and I guess what are we doing to change that?
As far as the diversity piece goes, I'd have to meet with our DEI specialist. I could get back to you on those stats and a game plan at a future time. But that's not what this position will be focusing on.
No, it's just a general HR
Yeah.
question. Yeah. Further questions from the Councilor Nagy?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just wondering if you can kind of explain the position so that we have a better understanding of what the function will be.
Yeah, so Heather Terrio, HR Director. I apologize, I didn't already introduce myself. This position would really focus on the benefits within the organization. So 7 or 8 years ago, we had a director, a benefits person, and a tech. So I'm really trying to get back to that so we can focus on supporting the staff more, having a more broad onboarding approach to really work with employees instead of just a couple hours and then hoping they come back with questions, but being able to check in with them, making sure that the benefits are in the system accurately. I would like to be able to focus more on onboarding, engagement, and training, and this person will be able to assist with those things.
Thank you very much.
Further questions for Director Terrio? Thank you.
So it's on page 48 for Human Resources. There's an overall increase of $42,000 or 19%. Personal Services had an increase of $21,000 for COLAs and steps. There are 3 employees in this department with a credit of from the school for the safety coordinator. Contracted services increased $20,330. This is due to in-service training for performance management training and de-escalation training. So next we'll be going over planning and code enforcement. And again, we'll be on page 18. There are 3 new program requests for this department. One is for a planning technician at $89,606, of which $4,662 is a one-time cost. The second is a body camera for the code enforcement officers of $27,473. And the third is for digitizing department records at $86,260. Again, this is not on the budget. Do you have any questions?
Yes, Planner Norton, could you just briefly go over those 3 items and what they entail?
Yes,
Or
absolutely.
the rationale for them?
Sure. The first one, which is the planning technician, is a new position in the planning department. It would be entry level. The purpose would be to help with records keeping. When we get around to talking about the scanning and digitizing, we'll talk a little more about that, but we are going to be working on upgrading all our files to be digital eventually. So there's going to be a fair amount of management that would take place with that, and also work to help us get online. But mostly this position will be extra staff for the planning department so that at least half of one of our existing planners' time can go more towards long-range planning and implementation of those plans. So we've had kind of understaffing in our ability to work on comprehensive plan implementation. We have the new update to the Riverfront Island Master Plan, and to have someone who can allocate more of their time towards working with other departments to move those things forward would be really beneficial to the city. It's been identified in the comprehensive plan as a need to have more staffing to be able to do that. I could talk more at length about that, but I'll move forward and then you can ask me questions. As far as the body cameras go, this was something that we had put in for the budget last year as well that wasn't funded. This would be to provide.
This is the second time you're requesting this?
Yes, yep.
Really? Okay.
So this would be to provide body cameras to all of the code enforcement staff as well as the director of the department. There are other code enforcement departments that use this in the state, and certainly our police department has for at least a few years very successfully. The purpose for that would be to provide a record of what they're seeing as well as interaction with the public. We've heard that it can help the public in their interactions with staff and vice versa. So I think there would be a net benefit there. And then we would also have a record if there were questions as to the conditions that they saw and whether what was requested was excessive for remediation when there's inspections and that sort of thing, or also the interactions. Then the last one is regarding digitizing. So if you haven't been to the third floor, you won't know, but we have banks and banks and banks of files that are both the property files from the years for violations and building permits, plumbing permits, septic system plans, that sort of thing. And then also all of our flat files. We have a number of those with all of the development review, site plans, and subdivisions. The estimate we have here is based on somebody who came and physically looked at our number of files and provided an estimate for scanning based on that. The intent here would be that as we're staffed up a little bit more right now, we have a couple of vacancies in the department, but once we're staffed back up, the intent was to have staff take some time every week to start helping to purge files, so that when we actually do the scanning, we wouldn't be scanning everything that's there. We would be taking time to take those files down to a thinner level. That's really what we're required to keep, or what we think will be beneficial to keep. The real purpose for doing this, we had received, and I'll let the City Administrator correct me if I'm speaking wrong, but I believe we received ARPA funds a few years back, and we've been spending those funds to upgrade our electronic system so that we can eventually go online, so that people can look at building permits online, see records online, be able to apply for building permits online. That's the hope and the intent. So this would be have us be able to have some records from the past be able to be put online. We're also receiving a lot of FOA requests in our department. I think some of that is, people either have to come in person to look at the records, or they could FOA all the records for such and such address, and then we have to scan them. So it's just an added, burden on staff right now. So.
Thank you, Planner. Councilor Glant.
Thank you, Mayor. I actually have two questions. One to what you just talked about. Who determines what gets purged and how? I'm a little bit worried about something that might be important that someone thinks is not important. So I don't need an answer right now, but I'd like to know how that, whatever that precedence is, so that we're not getting rid of records that we might need to be keeping. Body cameras, are they going to be an option for the person who's being inspected? With the police, I don't think there is an option. We know it's part of their job. However, in your situation, it's kind of like a recording. Mm-hmm. Are they going to be able to go up and say, hey, by the way, you're on TV, are you okay with this? And if they say no, then they got to click it off and do. Have you thought about a procedure
Mr. Mayor,
that if we let this go forward?
I can let you know that the City of Auburn does this, Councilor Glant, and we've actually got a copy of their policy in regarding to that. So if this is an item that we purchase, we would have a written policy in place. And when I was a police chief, we did get those cameras, and I found that everybody's on their best behavior when they know they're being recorded.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
And I can at least partially answer that first question about purging. The state has a records retention schedule that dictates the length of time certain files need to be kept. We've talked in-house about what we think are the records that would also be useful to keep. So while a violation from 5 or 10 years ago that's been cleared we've determined probably isn't necessary. Something like a septic system designed from 20 years ago, we would still want to keep that because that's a record that someone is potentially going to come back to, like a buyer, where they're looking to see where their septic is located. So it'd be a decision in-house as we determine what will be useful to staff and the public, and then what are the things that typically, it's already been dealt with and we don't need to keep it. But we'll follow common sense as well as what's required by the state law.
Thank you.
Councillor Najin.
How are you?
Good, thanks.
I've got a few questions about, well, one for the scanning, right? So if we're scanning these documents, would they then be searchable, or would it just be an image? And that's one of the questions that I struggle with some of our scanned documents on our website, because there's no text to them, and it's difficult to actually find specifics within that document that you may be looking for. So I'm just wondering.
That's something I could ask the vendor. My understanding, what other communities have done, a lot of it is just kind of one file. So if we were uploading all the records for an address, let's say there are 5 or 10 building permits, it would probably just be one historic file that would be attached, and then the new stuff that's generated in the system ongoing. But I can ask about searchability.
I appreciate that, and I think one of the other things to think about too is alt text in any document, so that it's actually accessible for folks that have visual impairments. So, and I've noticed that in the new request there was no request for staffing, and I'm curious, and I don't want to put you on the spot, but as far as enforcement is concerned with some of maybe the blighted and vacant properties, there's two pieces that I'm looking at, and maybe we could have a workshop at some point in time to involve both departments, but the code enforcement department has an opportunity to generate revenues from enforcing some of the code around some of the blighted, vacant, and abandoned properties that exist in our community. And then also I think that right now, with code enforcement being in charge of some of the licensing process, that may be putting a strain on capacity for them to actually, do their jobs. And so, I'm not advocating that, and you don't have to answer these questions right now, but possibly if other counselors were interested, maybe we could, before or after the budget season, kind of explore whether there's some efficiencies there, and then also whether or not we could set targets for instance, some of the blight that exists in the community, or also economic development in the way of permitting. Just a consideration. I don't know if anybody wants me to put that on the parking lot for. Okay. Yeah. And Director Norton, you don't have to answer any of these questions directly. I think it involves a few different departments, and we can wait on it, but it's just a consideration of like how we can move forward in ways that actually remove some of the responsibilities from folks that we need to be, focusing on specifics within our community that we know we could get better enforcement on, as well as, really focusing on economic development as a piece that doesn't necessarily come from an enforcement mechanism. So.
Okay. Yeah, I think our department welcomes the opportunity to discuss that in a workshop with you.
Councillor Chittum.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Director Norton, there are plans for subdivisions and many private property plans recorded, digitized in the registry.
Yes.
Is there going to be any effort made that we don't duplicate that effort?
Yeah, so we typically go to their records online when we're looking for the final signed subdivision.
Mm-hmm.
We do have additional records that we probably would need to look through and see. There may be some things that, the final plat may have been filed, but there are other supporting documents that aren't, that may be of use. One thing I didn't mention is we did last year work with a consultant who developed an app that we are able to, we're kind of still need to finalize, but we would be able on our GIS system, when you click on a parcel right now, you can look at assessing records and it can take you to the Registry of Deeds information. We could also hyperlink to a subdivision plan, or more importantly, since that's already at the registry, to development review and site plans that are approved. So we would love on just even for our own personal use and staff use across departments to have that available. So that is something that we're working on pulling together.
Okay, thank you. That is good news. In your purging of individual records, I understand the state has retention guidelines. If a document is found not to be required to be saved, would there be any consideration given to letting the current homeowner have access to those instead of simply shredding them? There may be historical documents that are of no concern to codes or enforcement or current building codes, but would be of historical interest to the homeowner. Any thought about that?
We can definitely flag that. We've started as staff a list of kind of what to look for. I'll say our records tend to be pretty stripped down. We're not required to keep building plans, so we don't usually have those on file. It's usually our correspondence or city actions. So if they got a variance from the Board of Appeals or other Board of Appeal action, if they got a use permit for a change of use, violations, building permits, those sorts of things. That's typically what's in there, but we do often, we'll sometimes get FOA requests or requests related to, are there any underground storage tanks and that sort of thing. So we have a feel for what the typical questions are we get, and so things like that that are idiosyncratic to the property that we see, we would want to keep that.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Yep.
Oh, I'm sorry, one other question. This digitizing, this would be a contract service. They would bring in their own equipment?
The way they work, and there may be other ways that other entities do it, they actually pack and ship all your files. I believe it's to Georgia. They scan and I know he flew up here. He was up in Farmington for the county doing a estimate for them as well. So they ship everything down there on trucks. They scan, and then you can either have it back or they'll, dispose of it. I mean, we asked that we would want it back, but.
I'm nervous now.
And we certainly could look for other vendors as well that are more.
Thank you, Director Norton.
As far as, Councilor Najin mentioned searchability, I mean, OCR recognition should be happening the same time we scan, so that should be a given. I'm sure it is, but let's just make sure it is.
Okay, I can find out.
Further questions? Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So planning and code was on page 59. The overall increase is $66,937 or 11%. The largest increases in personal services of $54,659. This is due to steps and COLAs with a slight increase of overtime. So that's overall general government. Are there any questions? All set?
There appears to be none.
We are done.
Okay. Well, thank you, Director Roy. Another successful budget workshop. We'll be starting the meeting at 7, everyone. Hello, and welcome to our Tuesday evening council meeting. We're kicking things off with the Pledge of Allegiance, and I believe we have Leah Walton here from high school. There we go. If you can please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, we would deeply appreciate it. Thank you very much, Leah. And if I can have the skills team and advisors come to the front, please, and join me there. Where are the advisors? Yeah, okay. And your name, I'm sorry? Danielle Bilodeau, thank you. And you must be Casey Wright. Thank you so much for being here. We also have Johnny, Noah, Haley, Elise, Bianca, Blake, Megan, and of course, Leah. Did I miss anybody? What's your name? Amaya. We got everyone? And Maddie, thank you so much. Late breaking news. So yes, this is the skills team recognizing Skills USA gold, silver, and bronze medalists. Whereas the Lewiston Regional Technical Center is a place where strong foundations for future success are established with students from various high schools collaboratively pursuing various career paths, and whereas LRTC educational opportunities include business, information technology, medical technical math, nursing, assisting, cosmetology, automotive, carpentry, criminal justice, plumbing, multimedia, culinary, and the list goes on. And whereas Skills USA is an international career and technical student organization that represents 400,000 career and technical education students and teachers, it focuses on the development of personal skills, workplace skills, and technical skills grounded in academics that are integrated into the classroom curriculum. And whereas Lewiston participated in the 2024 main state competition held on March 14th to 15th in Bangor with nearly 600 student competitors from Maine's 27 career and technical centers and regions. And whereas LRTC gold medalists from 2024 Skills USA competition are Obed Antonio, Adam Benson, Martin Hokoto, Tafari, Corson James, Alyssa Fenley, Indica, Parker, and Leah Walton. And whereas LRTC silver medalists for the 2024 Skills USA competition are Dominique Dastra, Alicia Fortin, Charlie Foster, Ismail Hassan, Gwendolyn Lacombe, Ryan Luganza, Gabrielle Thomas, and Leah Walton. And whereas LRTC bronze medalists for the 2024 skills competition are Savannah Connor Shade, Dustin Johnson, Blake Long, and Zane Morris. And whereas the student achievements are a testament to their hard work, committed instructors, excellent Skills USA advisors, and those who support and cheer them on. And now, therefore, I, Carl L. Schelin, Mayor of the City of Lewiston, do hereby officially recognize the Lewiston Regional Technical Center's 2024 State of Maine Skills USA competition medalists and wish them well as they continue to develop their craft. A huge round of applause, please.
We have the council also stand up so we can see. Councilor Longchamp, can I have you on the, there you go. Okay. Thank you. 3, 2, 1. One more. 3, 2, 1. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Another huge round of applause for our LRTC Skills USA winners. Madam Clerk, I believe we're ready to begin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. All roll call votes for this meeting will begin with the Council of Ward 7.
And I believe we have some minutes to accept.
Yes, the minutes of March 7th and the minutes of March 19th.
May I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Second.
Councilor Chittum, second by Councilor Gallant. Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Council from Ward 7,
Yes.
Ward 1,
Yes.
Ward 2,
Yes.
Ward 3,
Yes.
Ward 4. Yes. Ward 5,
Yes.
Ward 6.
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 7-0.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. We are now up to public comment. Any member of the public may make comments regarding issues pertaining to Lewiston City Government. This period is reserved for non-agenda items. Public comment is also allowed during individual agenda items. Public comment is limited to 3 minutes per person. Please state your name for the record, and please indicate if you are a Lewiston resident. Because this is the business meeting of the City Council, all questions should be directed to the mayor, who will ask staff to follow up at a future time. It is illegal for the City Council to allow comments related to personnel matters. All complaints should be made directly to City Administration Office.
Do I have to introduce myself? Ronnie Parity, Ward 6. I'm here to suggest a recommendation. I would like the mayor not to be the first one to talk on each issue. I think he should let the other city councilors and the public weigh in first on an issue and give his opinion at the end, if he wants to talk. Actually, most mayors do not talk a lot, and the presiding, and I know it's the United States, so I'm not saying they can't, but I think he should let the people that are elected, if he wanted to be a city councilor, if he wanted to talk all the time, he could have been a city councilor. But anyway, the other thing is, I'm going to suggest, and I know you're going to think this is stupid, but it came to my idea. I think the places need to be changed. I like to see Ward 1 go where the councilor, for the advisory, youth advisory go down. Ward 2 move down next to him. Ward 3 move down to him and leave the chair on the right of the mayor empty. So I'm putting that out as a suggestion, and there's a reason I'm doing it, because I want to support somebody else, okay? And I think that's the way, changing seats, and we haven't done it for many years. We haven't done anything like that for many years, and I've been going to city council and talking since the 90s, so I know what's going on. Thank you. You'll hear from me later.
Matthew Agron, Ward 4. I am interested to know, after Friday's March 29th executive session, if with the council returning to vote, is that now going to become the new standard, that there'll be votes and public comment after them, so that we, citizens of Lewiston, who would like transparency, have to come, sit, wait until you come out, and then we can learn what the executive session was on, and decide how or what we wish to comment on. The agenda for 329, at no point was there any indication that there'd be public comment and a vote. All it said was to enter into an executive session per MRS Title I, Section 405, 6A and E, to discuss a personnel matter with the city attorney. There was no transparency that said, we'll be voting that evening. There was no need to vote that evening. You could have waited until you had a complete council. You could have done it tonight, where we, the public, could have weighed in. We have not had to, we can't come to sit through your executive sessions. I don't even believe there's any written transcripts of them that we could access after the fact, or a future council could access after the fact. We, the citizens of Lewiston, have been asking for transparency from you people. On Friday, there was no transparency. There was no indication of a vote. If you're going to continue this, please let us know ahead of time so we can sit here. I will. Matt will. Luke will.
Or if Matt Roy, Ward 3. Well, or you could just be me and talk all the time. You're not waste money running campaigns. But anyway, a similar point, Mr. Mayor, city councilors, your primary function is to be stewards of the public purse. And how this relates to what Mr. Egan was speaking about last night. Well, at least last night you said there was going to be a vote. I'll give you that much. But on the topic of transparency, how did we well, you're probably not going to answer this, but, so I went back. The July of 28th, 2021, after the then city administrator and deputy city administrator at that time, both ended their tenures with the city of Lewiston within a week of each other. There is nowhere on the city website is there an agenda or minutes of this July 28th meeting where the then city council appointed Heather Hunter as interim administrator and Brian O'Malley as deputy city administrator, or interim deputy city administrator. Even though, and then going back, there's no precedent what you decided to do last night. And as and for the general public that's not aware and did not watch the YouTube video from last night's public vote, as an interim city administrator, we're going to pay more than what Heather Hunter would have received in fiscal year 2025 on an annualized basis. $78.74 on a whole FTE is $163,000 and change. FY 2020, the proposed amount for the city administrator, the budget is $153,000. Thank you.
This is David Rackbales. I represent Ward 1. I'm a fairly recent Lewiston resident. I moved here in 2022. I've only spoken once before at these meetings. I just want to say thank you, first of all, to everyone that is on that stage, every counselor for representing your city. I believe you're all doing it for the right reasons, that you want to help this community. I believe transparency is important. I think the city's making good progress, that we're moving in the right direction, but you have to keep the residents of Lewiston, from wherever they come from, in mind, and there have to be explanations. There has to be transparency. And when people are looking for answers, they shouldn't be punished for doing that. I think that's all I'm going to say. Thanks.
Further public comment? Public comment is now closed. Madam Clerk, agenda item number 1.
Item number 1, public hearing and first passage regarding an amendment to the Parks and Recreation Ordinance to change the time members of the public may access Jude's Place at Marcotte Park and Mike McGraw Park. Requested action that the proposed amendments to the City Code of Ordinances, Chapter 54, Parks and Recreation, regarding the change in time for the closure of Jude's Place at Marcotte Park and Mike McGraw Park receive first passage by a roll call vote, and to continue the public hearing to the next regularly scheduled city council meeting.
May I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Councilor Glant, second by Councilor Harriman. Discussion. Public comment on this agenda item. Yeah, sorry, if I can, I apologize. Meekin, can you come back up? And we're going to continue with public comment in a second. I apologize, Deputy Director Bates. If you can please kick this off, that would be great.
Yes, again, Megan Bates, Deputy Director for Maintenance and Open Spaces. Good evening. At the March 19th meeting, there was some discussion regarding two of the parks here in Lewiston, Jude's Place at Marcotte Park, which is located at 161 Birch, and Mike McGraw Park, that also includes Auburn Savings Recreation Field located at 280 Bartlett. There was concern voiced by some council members that the hours of the closure from 7 p.m. to 5 a.m. May not be conducive to some of the community's desires or needs. And a suggestion was introduced to change the hours to closed between the hours of dusk and dawn.
Thank you very much. Yes, discussion. And we are coming back to public comment. Thank you, Mr. Roy. Councilor Harriman, did you have something?
Thank you. I was just looking through the proposed amendment and, excuse me, I noticed it only adds the from dusk to dawn language during the school year, and then it keeps the summer times as 8:30 to 5, so it would actually close earlier in the summer than it would not in the summer.
And we can strike the rest of that up until, unless such person is in lawful employment participating in a program or activity sponsored or authorized by the city. So we can strike that as well.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, that's what I was thinking would make sense. Thank you.
Councilor Najin?
Just really quickly, I personally appreciate this. I do think that, especially with Jude's place, developing some assets that are local in order to kind of keep an eye on the spot and be willing to communicate both the public works and the police department would be helpful. One of the things that I think, I guess we'll go slowly on this, but one of the challenges that I see is that it doesn't change some of the other parks, and it was informed to me that there may be certain benefits to keeping the hours the way they are at the moment. But also when I read that it is unlawful for any person to be or remain in X parks, there are certain parks that actually are also part of our pedestrian infrastructure, and maybe a carve out for that would be nice. And so we could talk about maybe some of these other changes later, but I'd greatly appreciate this piece. Thank you.
Councilor Chittum.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I thought that we were going to be talking about dawn to dusk for all the parks. I may have misread the meeting at our last council session, but my understanding was that we were going to be making a uniform time for all city-owned property and parks. Does anyone else recall that? So I'd suggest then that the language of the Chapter 54 be amended to reflect not only the exclusion of the summer break, but also reflecting a dawn to dusk prohibition on all city parks. Thank you.
Very good.
Madam Clerk, I had a quick question here. So if we're now expanding this to all city parks, does this now represent a substantive change?
That would be my interpretation of it, because you're adding about 20-plus parks to the list.
Right,
So
yes.
I would recommend that this go through first passage again at our next meeting as a result of this change.
Okay, and you're saying perhaps we could table this and then bring it back?
Sure, yes, we will re-advertise so it's clear for the public that all of those parks that are listed are going to have their hours changed.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, and that's my recommendation to the council at this point, since we're making substantive changes. Councilor Najin?
I would move that we suspend this agenda item to a date forward where we can review the substantive changes we had mentioned, as well as make sure that all of the abutting property owners are, through our public process. I think changing the hours here is very possible that there are some folks that might have come out to talk about specific parks in their neighborhoods. So either for or against, I think we should be able to hear from everybody. So.
May I just ask for clarification? So,
Yes.
Counselor, you said suspend. Did you mean just to postpone it to the next meeting?
Yeah, it would be fine to postpone to the next meeting if we could have it by that time, or to a date certain.
Great, thank you.
Well, and yeah, Madam Clerk, I still intend to go to public comment for this agenda
Yes,
item.
thank you, sir.
Councilor Chinham, did you have something?
Yes, I'm confused now. Did Councilor Najin move to table effectively until April 16th, our next meeting? I'm not clear as to what the intent or the motion was.
to table to a date certain, and I would want to make sure that Public Works was comfortable with whatever date that we're setting. So that's why I'm saying it doesn't necessarily have to be the next meeting. I think that we need feedback from Public Works.
Okay, I will second that for purposes of discussion, but I think that we need to have either a definitive, this is the information we need, or a specific date. Having a tenuous sometime in the future doesn't work for me.
If I may, councilors, I guess what are we needing from Public Works, Councilor Nagy?
There are specific properties that I believe both Public Works and the community that lives next to some of these properties may be concerned about having a dawn to dusk proposal put forward, and I think that we need to do our due diligence on that. And I also think, which isn't in here, but we have parks that, one is Kennedy Park, that's open until 10, and one of the things that we had also talked about was whether or not parks with lights could be open until 10, and then when the lights shut off, and to actually have the lights shut off at 10. So, I think there's a little bit of question about capacity as well as established concerns with certain parks that we need to basically get information on.
Just really quick, I guess, why would the lights need to be shut off at 10?
Well, if the park closes at 10, there's no need to have the lights on at 10. I live directly in front of a street light, and I would love it to shut off at 10. So.
If I may, I think that would defeat the purpose of having the street light. Councilor Chittum.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Or in the alternative, we could simply pass this on first reading, pass it on second reading at the next meeting, and come back and revisit this for the other times in the other parks.
I'm fine with either proposal.
I mean, I think that's going to be confusing for a lot of people, including the public. I think if we're going to be making changes to the ordinance, we should just, make changes in one fell swoop rather than, change it this way this time, and then a couple weeks from now, change it a different way, and then 3 weeks from now, change it. I can't recommend that. Councilor Sol?
You tabled it.
If the audience could please be quiet, that would be great. Thank you. Councilor Sol, please.
Just to talk about the lights, I appreciate that you would like to have that shut off. I feel for you. Just for safety, public safety, I would not like to see the lights shut off.
At this point, can we're heading to public comment for this agenda item.
Matt Roy, Ward 3. I don't know if I should be more concerned that 3 councilors can read my mind or I'm projecting thoughts to them. Because, Council President, that was going to be the point I was making. Dusk to dawn, and then summer dusk to dawn, 8:30 p.m. to 5 in the morning. I'm no meteorologist, but there's not much difference there, generally speaking. Summer, I was going to say, as of this past weekend, sunset was at 7:03. As we get closer to, mid-June, the solstice, and then we go backwards anyway. So, as proposed in the agenda packet, that second paragraph of chapter 54, 54:4, that second paragraph, that language about the summer during school vacation, it's kind of iffy. But if we're just going to table this, I can go sit down for now. Which I'm sure some people would enjoy that, but anyway.
Ronnie Parity, that was a table thing. Isn't it, we're a city clerk, that when you table, there's no more discussion in Robert's rules? That's what I always learned when I was on the school board. Once it's tabled, there's no more discussion.
Madam Clerk, do you want to weigh in on that?
Sure. Councilor Najean's motion was broad. And it was basically to postpone to the next meeting or when Public Works is able to do a review of the parks and the impact on the abutting properties. So I think that was some of the concerns that Councilor Chittum was expressing, is that it doesn't really have a date certain. So it is a rather broad motion that the public is allowed to comment on the pros and cons of that pending motion.
I thought he was tabling it, excuse me, but isn't it true that when you table, that there's no more discussion? City Clerk?
Typically, it would be postponed to a date
Yes,
certain.
that's what I
right?
thought.
And then folks could comment on the impact of that date certain if they have.
Again, Mayor, you're stepping in when you shouldn't be.
Further public comment on this agenda item? Public comment is now closed. At this point, I recommend to the council that, Megan, I'm sorry, Deputy Director Bates. So does, it's been mentioned that maybe Public Works has concerns with opening up all the parks from dusk till dawn. Would you care to speak on that now if you wanted to?
Yeah, the only concern we had was not last year, but the year before, and it was only for Jude's Place at Marcotte Park with the activity that was taking place there, inappropriate activity. That was the only park that we were concerned about, and that's why we had suggested that it be closed at 7 p.m. I'd also like to mention the lights being shut off in the various parks. Unless we remove, there's additional information here for all of the parks. That they are closed at certain times, and then unless such person is in lawful employment participating in a program or activity sponsored or authorized by the city. So these are just segues, transportation segues through these parks, so we just need to keep that in mind also. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, how much is the notice that we need to give when we run the notice in the paper?
Sure, the ad needs to run no later than the Thursday before a Tuesday city council meeting.
So this could be brought back for the meeting on the 16th?
Yes.
Okay. I would suggest that there be a motion to table this to the 16th to allow the ad to run and then to allow Clerk and Public Works to work up the additional language to encompass all the parks. Councilor Nagy.
My original motion was to get the feedback from the Public Works director, not the director, excuse me, from Public Works in order to figure out if that date worked. And so I guess before I modify my motion, would that work?
Yes, that does work.
Okay, perfect. Then I would move to table until the next meeting.
Second.
Madam, any discussion on that? Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Council from Ward 7?
Yes.
Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Ward 5?
Yes.
Ward 6?
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 7-0.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Thank you.
Agenda item number 2.
Item number 2, public hearing and first passage regarding an amendment to the administrative code pertaining to appointments to city boards and committees. Requested action that the proposed amendments to the City Code of Ordinances, Chapter 2, Administration, Section 2-152, Failure of Nomination by Mayor, receive first passage by a roll call vote, and to continue the public hearing to the next regularly scheduled City Council meeting.
May I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Councilor Harriman, seconded by, Councilor Sol, seconded by Councilor Sol. Discussion. Councilor Harriman.
Thank you. So I asked for this to be put on the agenda a while back because of the vacancies that we've seen on some of the city boards and committees. There are particular ones that are defined in the charter, and that allows the council to appoint someone after 60 days if there hasn't been an appointment. But I wondered, or I wanted to expand our ordinances to cover all the other committees because we've had vacancies for weeks, and even though we have applications for them, the mayor hasn't appointed anybody to them. So I just wanted to give the city council the ability to fill that in if the mayor fails to act. These committees they do important work. It's often kind of a thankless job, but they do really important work for the city, and they need to be fully filled with residents who can do that work. So that was my rationale for this.
I will just say, yes, there's been certainly some extenuating circumstances. And then there was my fault, but some miscommunication. I'm taking whole responsibility for this, Madam Clerk. But then there was some miscommunication between myself and the clerk's office. But yes, I'm comfortable with this amendment. Councilor Nagy.
One of the things this amendment does not cover, and I just want to point out that, again, in the interest of transparency, when we're appointing anyone for any board, it should be read into the record. And in all honesty, I would prefer that the appointments be an agenda item, but, absolutely that they're read into the record after the appointment occurs. I think it's incredibly important. And so I just wanted to mention that, and I am in support of this agenda item.
Public comment for this agenda item.
Again, Matt Roy, Ward 3. Well, it's going to surprise no one who's watched any meeting in, the last 3 months plus that, yes, I'm in favor of this, obviously. We have this mismatch, inconsistency between, obviously, the charter and our code of ordinances. According to the list of vacancies on the city's website, there are 14 vacancies. Only 3 of them, if the mayor doesn't appoint somebody in 60 days, i.e., which, under charter, which are the Board of Appeals and Planning Board, there are 4 vacancies, I believe, between them. There's 2 full-time on the Board of Appeals, an associate Board of Appeals, and then one associate member on the Planning Board. Yes. So this amendment would just, have a consistent policy between our charter and our code of ordinances. And yes, and Mr. Mayor, and also to Councilor Jean's point, yes, I agree, obviously, which he's probably not surprised at.
Ronnie Parity, I support this proposal, and also from the councilor from Ward 1. And I'd just like to say, the mayor, I applied for a committee. The mayor never called me to say yes or no, and I never heard, okay? And that should have been appointed for January's meeting of the Senior Advisory Committee. And I knew the mayor, I had to find out from somebody else who got appointed to that. And I am sad, and I was depressed, and everything else, and I know why the mayor didn't, because he doesn't like me. Thank you.
Hi, Luke Jensen, Ward 5, Sylvan Avenue. When you say miscommunication between yourself and the city clerk, as mayor, your job should be to go to her and say, what do you need and when do you need it by, and then follow through and do it. To say there was miscommunication is, you shouldn't throw her under the bus just because you don't know how to do your job.
Further public comment? And back to the council. And for the record, yes, I wholly owned the miscommunication between myself and the clerk. Thank you. Councilor Gallant.
Thank you, Mayor. Do we have a policy or a procedure that's followed that if people apply, that they're informed that they do not get the position?
We do have a process, yes, past practice, that we reach out to folks. The mayor had a lot of openings and a lot of applications, and so was going through them and was taking a look at the applications that, let's say that folks applied for 2 different committees, and he had filled those appointments, but there were other committees that didn't have any applications. He was then holding those other applications, reading over their criteria, their qualifications, to see if perhaps those could be applicable to the committees that didn't have any applicants. So he was really kind of juggling a lot, looking at the criteria, the experience, the background, to see how best he could fit them into the positions and slot them. And then once he is done with the appointments, then he lets us know, and then we can email out to the folks. The applications are primarily 95% received via email, so then we would email back to folks and say, typically, thanks for applying, we really appreciate it, we don't have any openings at this time, we will keep your application on file for a year. Openings occur throughout the year, folks move out of town, whatnot, so we sort of like keep this bank active for about a year. So we would reach out to folks and let them know that.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor.
Further comment from the council? Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
From Ward 7?
Yes.
Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Ward 5?
Yes.
Ward 6?
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 7-0.
Agenda item number 3.
Item number 3, budget public hearing for the fiscal year 2025 budget. Requested action to conduct the first budget public hearing to receive citizen input and communication regarding the proposed fiscal year 2025 municipal budget. No action is required by the council. You can simply open the public hearing.
And yes, thank you, Madam Clerk. The public hearing is now open. Please step to the podium.
Good evening, Bob McCarthy, Ward 2. I just want to caution the council that you have a big job ahead. I know that. I went through it for a couple of years. There is a big void between what we can afford and what's been proposed, and you're going to have a tough job making that meet. The one thing that I want to stress, there's two things I want to stress. One is that you have to take into account that this year that all the senior citizens that had their taxes frozen last year are going to face a tax increase this year, whether you flat fund the budget or not. So they'll be facing a double tax increase this year, so you have to remember that. People that are living on fixed incomes that have, to face a double tax increase is going to be extremely difficult to do. Plus, you have every year that you bring it up, next year it's going to be that much more. And with the reevaluation coming up, a lot of those same seniors are going to get slammed again because they've lived in the house for 30 years and it's never been revalued. So, in the next 2-3 years, it's going to be really, really difficult for the seniors, so you have to remember that. We're not a rich city. We can't do everything that other cities do. You have to pick the priorities and follow through. The other thing I want to mention as far as the LCIP goes, or the 2 years that I was on the council, we were told by the city administrator that the rating agencies that rate the city of Lewiston's credit, we are above where they would want a city of our size to be, significantly above. It doesn't affect the rate right now because we manage that debt well, but you have to take into consideration that you don't want to go crazy on the LCIP because the rating agencies already feel we're too far in debt for the city that we are. I know the 80% rule is too restrictive. That's not something that you can hit. I suggest 100%. And that way it will fund more projects than the 80%, but it'll keep the debt at a slowly sliding scale backwards, so eventually we can catch up with the debt for what the rating agencies say that we should be holding. Thank you.
Further public comment for this budget hearing? The hearing is now closed. Madam Clerk, agenda item 4.
Item number 4, public hearing and adoption of order approving the establishment of the DeWitt Affordable Housing Tax Increment Financing.
I'm sorry, 1 second, Madam Clerk. I believe we have a point of order.
No, it's not. I'd like to go back to the other agenda and ask the administrator if we could get a sense for the impact on the seniors with this reduction of the tax freezing. I'm not looking for a list of names, but if we could have a sense of the proportion of our senior citizens who are going to be looking at this.
I'll try to find out how many folks had their taxes frozen, and then we'll get that information to you.
Thank you, Mr. Administrator.
Madam Clerk.
Sure. Item number 4, public hearing and adoption of order approving the establishment of the DeWitt Affordable Housing Tax Increment Financing District and Development Program. There are 2 items for requested action. The first item is to conduct a public hearing regarding the proposed DeWitt Development Affordable Housing TIF and Development Program, and to consider if anyone claims the project will have a substantial detrimental effect to that party's property interests, and then determine if those detrimental effects are outweighed by the benefit of the DeWitt project.
And I believe we'll just start with the public hearing first, Madam Clerk?
Yes.
Public hearing for this is now open. And the public hearing is now closed.
And could I suggest, let me just sort of lay into it, give folks a sense of it. There may not be any public comment anyway, but let me sort of lay it out.
Absolutely, Director Jeffers. Please kick us off.
There we go. So we've talked about this in workshop. We do have Catherine Elliott of Avesta, which is the development partner for Lewiston Housing Authority, is here. This is a $44.6 million project that's going to be basically between Park Street and Bates Street along Pine, the old Sun Journal site. It's going to be a mix of bedroom types as outlined here, plus almost 15,000 square feet of commercial space. They have asked for a 19-year TIF, which there's going to be 16 years of that, which are going to be active the last 16 years. The way it works with the state, you have to establish a district, and it needs to be in place before they actually get people living there. So the time frame they're looking for reimbursement is the last 16 years. And they have also requested up to $450,000 of home dollars. The reason that's a little bit variable is they originally thought it would be $450,000. There may be other funding streams coming in, which will reduce that ask. This is kind of fun to pull out. This is the old DeWitt Hotel right on the corner, catty corner here from City Park. People often hear it referenced, but very few people actually are still alive that can remember it. Sorry. This is a rendering of bird's eye view that Avesta has put together. And it's similar in scale to what was being done, but this will give you a sense. This is two buildings. There'll be a passageway between the two. You've got City Hall on the left here. It's a 5-story building. They really took great care on the architectural details. There'll be a passageway between the two buildings and really looking to bring life and energy back to the street. This is the pro forma that shows how the monies will flow. The current assessed valuation on the property is $839,700. That amount of tax is being generated by that, which is about $26,000 a year, will continue to come in. What is being TIF'd is the new valuation. Even though it is a large investment, because it will be primarily affordable housing, out of the 104 units, 21 of them will be market rate, the rest will be affordable housing. Bill Hill did look at it based on the revenue it generates and had estimated it'll be $5,097,800, which will generate $2.5 million, a little bit more than that in taxes annually. The 50% return gives $76,500 a year back to the developer to help cover operational expenses and debt service on it. The city itself, including the current taxes being generated by it, will receive about $101,700 each year. You can see there's the columns over the course of the 19-year TIF. 1.223 million of it will be going back to the project. 1.626 million will be coming to the city. There's another element of tax increment financing that's beneficial to the city, and that's what's called tax shifts. If you can shelter the value that's going back into the project as a reimbursement, you're allowed to hold the amount of county taxes you pay in check. Otherwise, you'd have to pay more in county taxes. It's sheltered from being included. And then the amount we receive for state aid for education and state revenue sharing is also held in check. So the annual benefit of that, while it's not cash in pocket, it is monies that we would otherwise have to pay out or we would lose. And that's about $29,000 a year. So over the course of the 20-year TIF, again, it's going to be about $464,000 worth of benefit to the city. One thing I should note with the pro forma is this has the mill rate at 30 cents per thousand. And that will obviously change over the course of the 20 years, but it would be pure conjecture, and I don't have that good a crystal ball. So this is simply a pro forma to give you some sense of how this will work. With that, I'm done. And what?
At this point, Madam Clerk, should we conduct the public hearing after Director Jeffers' kickoff?
Sure, that is how the agenda was structured, unless, Lincoln, you have any other recommendations for that?
No, I think it'd be fine, yeah. And I know Councilor Najin also.
Yeah, at this point, we will reopen the public hearing, should there be any comment.
Luke Jensen, Ward 5, Sylvan Avenue. Honestly, I'm opposed to giving the TIF. I would vote this down if I were you guys. Generally, as a rule of thumb, I don't believe in giving any TIF to a project that may not be in the best economic interest of Lewiston in the long term. Generally, any affordable housing projects are something we shouldn't be using TIF money for. Also, I think it was mentioned in the presentation from the LHA that they were going to use part of this project to move their offices, and I really don't think that we should be giving a TIF for them to move their offices either. Sure, a lot of issues in Lewiston, like the funding budget issues, really come from the state underfunding us in the education, aspect. And a lot of the crime and safety issues come from the state not allowing us to actually be proactive about those issues. But Lewiston doesn't always work in its own self-interest. And so, over the course of my lifetime, and I'm 33, the city has really only added low-income housing, which is good for the people of Maine. We need it, but you need to balance that with market rate housing as well, or else your community's median family income is going to drop so low that investment's not going to happen here. It's a big reason why a lot of businesses are going over to Auburn, places like that. Because, if you're someone in Lisbon or Sabatis, you're easily just going to go to Topsom. Even parts of Greene, you're just going to go to Topsom. You're not going to come to Lewiston, Auburn to shop here. But if you're a business and you're thinking, where's the best location? Places that are west of Auburn are going to come into town because that's the biggest area for them. And so it makes much more sense to put it on Center Street. And so we're not going to be able to be competitive with our neighbor Auburn or even some certain other areas unless we make sure that we raise the median family income. And that's just one economic metric. But as a city, we really don't look at economic metrics. We don't provide our economic development team with any direction. It's like sending soldiers into battle without any plan and any weapons, and expecting them to win the battle. So just as a rule of thumb, even when I was on the council, I was opposed to giving any project to, or giving any TIF to a project that, wouldn't raise the median household income. Overall, I support this project because the feds are paying for it. Ideally, we could just rework the $30 million, whatever it takes, whatever money we've been given to make it happen, even if we have to shrink the project a bit. But just as a city, we're dying from death of 1,000 cuts, and this is just one of them. And I know it's just one, but it is one of them. So that's my input on that. I understand you guys might know, more from executive sessions, and so you have a lot to weigh. Just as a city councilor, I wouldn't support it. I know it's a tough decision. I appreciate the work that's been put into it. And again, I also disagree with $500,000 of home funding to go into it. It's a lot.
Further public comment? And, public hearing is now closed. Councilor Najin, did you have a question for Director Jeffers?
I did. So the valuation that was given to us by Director Healy, that was based on 100% of the assessed value of the. What I'm asking is the assessed value, is that 100% of the valuation, or is there like a portion that is cut out? Do you follow what I'm saying?
Not entirely, but let me take a stab at it. I think the $839,700 is the current value on that property today, vacant in its current condition. So that's sort of the base we start with. We can't touch that.
Mm-hmm.
They have to pay taxes on that going forward. The $5 million was in its entirety. That was all 104 housing units and 15,000 square feet of commercial. And the city uses a income approach to assessment, and so I can't give any more details beyond that, but Mr. Healy could do so if you've got deeper questions.
Perfect. Maybe I will follow up with him, but I think that answers my question. So thank you.
Councilor Chittum.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To follow up on that, the draft agreement allows the valuation of $5.9 million to be reduced at the request of the developer. It doesn't provide there's no provision that I can see in here for that valuation to go up. And my question is, would this be frozen then at $5,937,500 for the full 19 years of the TIF?
It is a good question. That was one of the sticking points as we were back and forth with the developer, was this whole issue. And really, the state has a protocol for establishing assessed valuations, and simply saying, well, I had an appraisal, you got to drop it. It's not that simple. There is a process. The rule at the state is like properties need to be assessed at like values, and so that's how the determination is made over time. And I should also note that this assessed valuation was based on 100% valuation. Bill had anticipated that by the time this came up and was online, that we'd already have completed the revaluation. So over time, it could go up. To say it will, again, that would be a crystal ball.
But the agreement doesn't allow it to go up, though, is my point.
I don't think it disallows it. I don't think it says you can't. It simply says it could go down, but if the valuations go up, it could. I don't think there's anything in the agreement saying it can't.
I'd like to review that before then. The other question I have may seem flippant, but in section B of paragraph 1, it talks about consisting of 81 independent, decent, and affordable houses, or affordable units. What's a decent unit?
Could I get Catherine Elliott to join us up front? Is it Minnesota or Minnesota? We just can't let you come all the way from Minnesota and not speak.
Hi, everyone. I'm Catherine Elliott. I'm a development officer at Avesta Housing and have been working on this project and the other choice projects for a couple of years. Can you repeat your question?
Certainly. Section 1, paragraph B, DeWitt will consist of 81 independent, decent, and affordable 1- and 2-bedroom apartments.
And the question is what decent means there?
Right.
So decent is often used as kind of an industry term to refer to the standard of living. So there's substandard living, which would be overcrowded housing or housing that does not have appropriate utility connections or access to heat or hot water or, operable windows, things like that. So the decent notation there is that it will be of a certain quality.
So this term is defined somewhere in the massive regulations that apply to a project like this.
I understand it to have a meaning that is defined. Yes, I could not tell you where regulatorily it shows up with a specific definition,
All
but
right, well,
yes.
I certainly applaud the intent behind it, but I like to have definitive statements in here, and that jumped out at me.
Yeah. Well, and certainly
every whose mind?
Yes, yeah, and certainly everything would meet all of the standards that are established by the IBC and building code and City of Lewiston code. All of those would apply at the time of building and then for ongoing inspections now and into the future. And the type of funding that we have in place here does also carry additional requirements for inspections by various different governing bodies. So there would be frequent oversight and inspection of the condition of the units to ensure that they are indeed meeting that standard.
Thank you. The home money, the home funds, up to $450,000, the final amount to be determined by DeWitt. How is that going to be determined?
Yeah, that's a good question. So the home funds are allocated over a series of different years, and the City of Lewiston currently has a balance of about $225,000 or $300,000
Really?
of home funds available from the fiscal year 2023.
22 and 23 combined.
Yeah, combined. And there are additional federal requirements that come along with future years of home allocations, particularly the Buy America, Build America requirements, which have specific procurement requirements for steel and wood and other materials that would be locally sourced. That's a new requirement that has not been fully rolled out through various different funding strategies and programs yet, so we don't have a significant understanding of how that would impact pricing. So the stage that we're at with the pricing and construction estimates is such that we are seeking the most competitive pricing so that we can keep costs down as much as possible. And the concern is that an allocation of home funds from a future year would taint all of the funding that is part of the building scope. So then all of that $44 million worth of development money would have to follow those BABA requirements, which we believe would likely increase the project costs and then create additional funding gaps. So what we would be proposing here is that minimum allocation or the maximum allocation from the previous years prior to when those additional requirements are established, with the option for some additional funding if we determine that that is the cost comparison that makes sense. Because the concern is that the additional $150,000 of home funds to get up to that total $450,000 would not be enough to cover the additional premium on fulfilling the regulatory requirements associated with that second year of funding.
That was a lot. Thank you. It sounds as though you know your stuff, and I have no doubt but what you do. But just to recap, this $450,000 would be a maximum
Correct.
home fund.
Yes.
That would be sought, and DeWitt would be looking for perhaps something less than that.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank
Exactly.
you. Thank you.
Further questions? Could you speak to, because there are some market rate apartments in the unit, correct? Could you speak to
Yes.
that as well as
Yep.
the commercial spaces and what they might be used for? Just an overall discussion about economic development, the
Yeah.
impact that this project could have for our downtown.
Yeah, absolutely. So of the 104 apartments that are in this development, 20% would be market rate. So there are no affordability restrictions tied to those. People of any income could be leasing those. The remaining 80% will have affordability restrictions, but that also does not preclude people from having increased incomes. Once you're established within a tax credit unit, you are eligible to continue residing in that unit. And the intent of the market rate development that's part of this project, 20% is a significant number. It's very difficult to find financing to cover the cost of market rate units, and that was one of the struggles that we had here. There is a significant portion of that $30 million of choice funding that is in this phase of development. It's about $8.5 million. But that combined with the rental income from those market units, because the rental income is still fairly moderate in Lewiston, those don't cover the cost of developing those market units, plus the other requirements that we must fulfill as a condition of that $30 million of HUD choice funding. So 20%, that 21 units, is the maximum number that we were able to incorporate within this budget and still access the other funding sources that we needed to pursue the development as a whole. And 20% was the maximum that other funders, such as Maine Housing, which is the source for the low-income housing tax credits, among other significant subsidy sources, 20% was the maximum that they were willing to see within this because of the way that those finances balance out. And they don't want to see a situation where the financing that's available for affordable units are essentially subsidizing the market units, which is the dynamic that would exist.
And just to clarify a point, so somebody could move in to an affordable unit, correct?
Mhm.
And then they could, get raises, move on in their career, and they would not need to move out if they did not want to.
Correct. Yep.
Thank you. Councilor Nagy.
Hi. I've followed choice for quite a while, and I just want to kind of highlight a couple of pieces, which is that the budget for this project originally was based on groundbreaking in 2020. And then we went through COVID, which caused supply chain, all of those pieces, which substantially drove up some of the project costs. I'd also like to mention that this is a taxable property, the entire thing. And when we're talking about development, especially within affordable housing, I mean, there's two models that you can follow, basically. One is that it doesn't pay tax, and one is that it pays tax. And so, I firmly believe that once the housing is up, it will be very beneficial to the community. And as a... Can you speak up, please? Yeah, once the housing is up, it will be very beneficial for the community. And just as a point of reference, since 2020, I don't know if you can answer this off the top of your head, Link, but how many units have actually become available in, how many new units have actually been built between Main Street and, let's say, Allen Ave? Well, I think it's a complicated question, but
It is, yeah, I'm more project focused. We've got 82 units under construction up the street here on Pine Street, which is the first phase of the Choice Neighborhood Project. We have had multiple other projects approved, most of which included tax increment financing. We have not yet been able to secure financing for those projects. There's probably about 500 units, just ballparking.
But it's fair to say from 2019 till today, no major development project, either affordable or non-affordable, has happened in the downtown.
Major, no. I mean, the 18 units, which was done by Razop, they did 2 9-unit buildings, both of which were very well done and snapped right up. But it's 18 units, not hundreds of units.
Perfect, thank you.
Yep.
Councilor Chittum.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Quick question. Once affordable housing, always affordable housing? Or do these age out at some point, and could they revert to market rate?
So there are a variety of different time durations associated with the different funding that we have. The HUD funding, there will be a declaration of restrictive covenants that would be filed with the property that would be part of the closing, which will have a 45-year term, which is in line with the tax credit affordability period. And then there are other shortened terms that, I mean, obviously we're governed by the longest term, so that 45-year land use restriction. Typically, because of the financing that we have in place, there would be a change in ownership and some reinvestment, and there could be a reestablishing of some loans that would have additional restrictions at the year 15 mark because of the way that the tax credit program works. But at this point, it would be a 45-year affordability restriction.
Thank you. That's the answer I was looking for.
Yeah, and I'll just weigh in also. It used to be a 99-year restriction, and so we sort of, communities all ganged up on main housing and said that restriction's a little bit over the top. And so it has been reduced to the 45.
I won't be around.
And Mr. Mayor, you had also asked a question about the commercial spaces, which I hadn't
please.
commented on. So the 2 buildings, they're 5 stories each, 4 stories of residential, and then a single story of commercial on both parts of the building. The Park building, so the building closer to City Hall, will have 3 separate commercial spaces that will range in size from about 850 square feet to 1,200 square feet or so, approximately 4,000 square feet total of commercial space in that building. Those 3 spaces would have their own separate entrances and windows and have frontage right there onto Pine Street, and would be leased independently. And then the other building will have about 10,000 square feet of commercial space, which is currently designed to all operate as a single space. It's a single height slab within that building, which was a little challenging from an architectural perspective because of the grade change along Pine Street. But that space could also in the future be divided into additional smaller spaces to facilitate smaller businesses if at some point in the future that were of interest. But the coordination that the design team is doing right now with Lewiston Housing Authority is to establish that each of those spaces would have the necessary code-compliant HVAC systems and utility stubs and various other elements so that a tenant could move into that space and use it for a variety of different uses. So we're establishing some of that infrastructure using this choice funding, the federal funding, and then of course all of the various different other funding sources, including the TIF and home funds, would help facilitate the costs that are associated with the overall development as a whole.
Do you have a list of the types of establishments that could move into this 14,000 square foot area? For example, you mentioned that it's going to be fit out with HVAC and so on, but a kitchen couldn't move in there, for example.
We'll
That
have
requires-
grease traps and separated HVAC systems for direct venting to have hood vents and that sort of thing. So we could have a commercial kitchen.
So it would be built out that a commercial kitchen could move in.
Yep.
So that's one of the most restrictive things that I can think of. Are there other businesses? It sounds to me as though this would be open to any kind of commercial venture.
That is the intent. I would have to study the land use code for any conditional business uses that may not be allowed there, but given that it's in the Centerville district and its proximity to the downtown corridor, I can't imagine any other ordinance restrictions on a type of business that could occupy.
It's pretty open. It's a good zoning district, very progressive, and allows a lot of different uses.
We can fix zoning. I'm talking about structural. and mechanical,
Mhm.
and the actual construction of the building. And it sounds to me as though that's open to as many possibilities as...
Correct.
Okay,
Yep.
thank you. Thank you.
Yep.
Any further questions from the council? Anything further from either of you?
I'd just like to add that the conversation we're having here tonight about the TIF and home funds would be the last piece of funding for this development, which has been many years in the making with hours and hours of work from staff, from this present council, past councils. It's really exciting to be at a point where we have a balanced budget and funding that lines up, and work has been progressing really well on Wedgwood. I hope you all are excited to be seeing the development there, and I personally cannot wait until we are able to say the same thing about DeWitt, and really look forward to making it happen in this city.
And if I could join a little bit on that, I mean, Catherine has been the architect of all this, and the financing for these things are incredibly complex, just the number of layers that have to be mixed, matched, and everybody's got their own role. But how many different funding sources? Is it like 8?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There are 10 in this one.
Yeah, so it's a complicated, so hats off to you, Catherine, as well.
Thank you.
Yes, Catherine is smarter than all of us combined. And it's clear for all to see that you've poured your heart and soul into this project, and we owe you a debt of gratitude. Thank you so much. Yeah, I wholly support this. Madam, any further questions or comments from the council? Councilor Roy.
Thank you for this. When can we expect to see this under wraps? Now, you said you got all the funding lined up and all that stuff. When can we see you break ground and start?
Yes, the question everyone is asking. We are waiting on our notice to proceed from Maine Housing. We submitted our application in early January. We are expecting that really any time, and then it's just as fast as we can continue our development process. Our drawings will be ready by early June. We have a contractor who will be pricing them. So the earliest we would be starting construction would be this fall, but the intent is that it would be at the end of this year. And we expect a 78-week construction period, I think, is what has been quoted to us.
Thank you. Yeah. Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Actually, we need a motion on the floor,
yes,
Mr. Mayor.
thank you.
So it
Please
would be if the
continue.
council determines that the benefits of DeWitt outweigh negatives articulated, the council is asked to adopt the order approving the establishment of the DeWitt Development Affordable Housing Tax Increment Financing District and Development Program.
Councilor Najin.
I move that we adopt the order approving the establishment of the DeWitt Development Affordable Housing Tax Increment Financing District and Development Program.
Second.
And we've been seconded by Councilor Chittum. Madam Clerk, please call the vote now.
Council from Ward 7?
Yes.
Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Ward 5?
Yes.
Ward 6?
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 7-0.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Agenda item number 5.
Item number 5, policy manual amendment to repeal and replace the Lewiston Senior Advisory Council policy. Requested action to repeal and replace policy manual number 32, Lewiston Senior Advisory Council, as recommended by the Director of Recreation and the Lewiston Senior Advisory Council.
May I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Second.
Councilor Chittum, seconded by Councilor Gallant. And Councilor Gallant, do you want to kick us off?
Yes, Mayor, thank you. And in the audience, we have the chair, some members of the council. Basically, what we did is tighten the policy up so it matches with city policy about a split 3 and 2, people being elected or presented to that, so we don't have a June 30th, I think we lose every member of our council. So we're going to divide that, and we clean the language up so it's more friendly for all the public seniors to use and work with. Ed Barrett, who's not here this evening. Oh, there he is. I was the architect for going through and rewriting this for us, and we've gone through it a couple times ourselves, so we'd like to have this passed so we can continue to move forward with our job.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Barrett, would you like to say something about this?
I think it's pretty simple. We basically needed to revise it
to clean it up, make it easier to understand, and to make it correspond with how the real world works. After a year and a half, 2 years, we started getting a better understanding. We wanted to go to staggered terms, which match the council, and we wanted to make sure that just some of the odds and ends in the existing bylaws that were very difficult could be addressed and fixed.
Thank you, Mr. Barrett. Director Welsh, you were standing up a second ago. Would you like to say something?
No, apparently I'm not needed tonight. I would just support everything that. I also didn't know that Mr. Barrett was joining us tonight, so I was kind of prepared. But he was, did a fine job, and I would support both of what Councilor Gallant and Ed had said tonight.
On the contrary, you're very much needed, and we're happy that you're here. Yes, Councilor Chittum.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I know that many eyes have looked at this document, but I do have two minor wordsmithing corrections. In section 1, it says that Lewiston Senior Advisory Commission members must be 55 years old or older, 55 plus years old, and be a Lewiston resident. That would allow someone who is a resident to join the council and then move away. So I'm offering as a friendly amendment, be 55 plus years old and be and remain a Lewiston resident, as one correction or suggestion. And the other is at the bottom of page 2. As subcommittee chair vacancies occur, the chair of the LSAC shall appoint replacements.
The copy you have may not have picked up the change the first change you talked about had already been made.
Okay.
Basically, the way it reads now, or the way it should read, is LSAC members must be 55 plus years old and be a Lewiston resident. Members appointed to represent a ward must maintain residence within that ward. So it does require that you be, it used to say you only had to be a resident to be appointed. This now requires that you must be a resident while you're on the board.
Okay, I must have an older copy then.
Yeah, there were probably a couple of copies, I know there were a bunch of copies floating around over time, so that may not have been picked up in the copy that Kathy got. So.
That addresses my concern about remaining a resident of Lewiston. The other concern is simply a grammatical one. It says the chair shall appoint a replacement, and to be consistent grammatically, it should be the chair shall appoint replacements. Because earlier in the sentence, you're saying as vacancies, plural, occur.
Okay.
So that's a grammarian.
If you folks would be willing to make a motion to accept those two changes and adopt that as an amendment, then we'll satisfy the city clerk, who otherwise is going to be irritated at having a different version.
We do not want that to happen, and I
Right.
believe I made the motion, so I will amend my motion to include the one change that I referred to as the parallelism of plurality.
And why don't you include the first one too, since apparently the version in the agenda is incorrect?
We're voting on this copy.
Oh, okay, all right. Well, the language that I had proposed without hearing yours was LSAC members must be 55 plus years old and be and remain a Lewiston resident.
That's fine.
Councilor Gallant, would you like to, are you okay with those friendly amendments?
I am.
Yeah, okay. Councilor Najin.
I just have one question concerning the document that we have now. Were there substantive changes other than this? These two pieces. Just because I'm not sure if I'm seeing I think this is probably the spirit of, but I'm not quite sure if all the language.
Yeah, but probably 95% of the changes are just clarifications and cleaning up non-substantive. The major substantive changes are qualifications, as we talked about. The application process, instead of the terms starting in January, they basically would start in July and be staggered to match the staggering of the elected officials. the staggered terms. Term limitations have to be adjusted. Instead of 6 years, it's now 2 full terms. Subcommittees, the language of the subcommittees was impossible. Trying to come up with the balance that was required would have been very difficult and make it hard to get those committees set up. So this just simplifies how subcommittees are created and the number of people and how all of that kind of stuff.
If I may, Mr. Barrett, Councilor Harriman, were you able to pull up a version here?
Yes, if councilors look past the first version of the policy in their agenda, there's a red line version that follows a memo from Mr. Barrett, and that's the new version. So it's, I don't know, it's page 45 electronically, but it's in the agenda packet.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor.
Councilor Chinham, yes?
Councilor Harriman, I'm not sure, I see the red line copy here, but are we not acting on the final version?
Yes, that's the intent. That red line version was just to try to explain the major changes.
Right, okay, all right, thank you.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
And it's a pleasure being here tonight.
Thank you.
It's a pleasure to have you.
seeing you.
Public comment for this agenda item. Back to the council. Comments, questions? Director Welsh, are you okay? Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Council from Ward 7,
Yes.
Ward 1,
Yes.
Ward 2,
Yes.
Ward 3,
Yes.
Ward 4,
Yes.
Ward 5,
Yes.
Ward 6.
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 7-0.
Agenda item number 6.
Item number 6, amendment to policy manual number 6, the rules governing the city council. Requested action to approve the proposed amendment to the rules governing the city council, city policy manual number 6.
May I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Councilor Glant, second by Councilor Harriman. Councilor Najin, you asked to put this on. Yeah, please, or I'm recognizing you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The reason why this is on the agenda is because there is a requirement for any of the councilors that are not the city council president to have either the city council president's permission to speak with the corporation council or have the support of 4 other councilors in order to speak with the corporation council. And I think that this is a change, that a substantive change to the last council's guidance. And I think it's important that we just have a bit of a transparent process in some of the ways that information is communicated, both to the council and within the corporation council. That's my opinion.
Councilor Chittum.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, I'd like to clarify, did Madam Clerk receive my suggested amendment or suggested change to the language of this?
I don't believe so. Did you email that earlier?
I intended to email it to you. Whether I actually did or not, I'm asking you.
I do not recall receiving it, Councilor Chittum.
All right. I do have language that would clarify. The way it's worded, it would not allow the mayor to consult with corporate counsel under any circumstances. And I had proposed language that would allow that consultation. And I can read it aloud and provide you with a written copy afterwards. I'm almost certain that I sent copies to all councilors.
You did, and I believe this may be, actually, give me a moment. Maybe Councilor Harriman can find the revised copy.
Well, I have it here, and I can read it.
Please do.
I want to make certain that the clerk is not going to be angry with me after the fact, though. The proposed language, and I will offer this as an amendment, would be, no individual member of the city council may consult with the city attorney without the prior approval of the council or its president. The council should be informed each time the attorney is consulted. That language will allow the mayor to apply to either the president or the council, as any other councilor to apply to the mayor or the council for permission to speak with corporate counsel.
And are you proposing that as a friendly amendment to the language that we put forward?
If you will accept it as a friendly amendment, yes, I will.
I certainly would.
Having made the motion, having made the motion, I will accept that friendly amendment as well.
And you made the motion, and Councilor Harriman, are you fine with this friendly amendment?
Yes, I think that incorporates the spirit of the original one while clarifying it as well.
Madam Clerk, I will make certain to send you a copy of that as soon as I get home tonight or tomorrow morning.
Well, we're voting tonight, so Madam Clerk, can you read it back to confirm that we have it right?
We need to pull it up on the email again. Hold on just a minute. So the motion is, it basically, by substitution, essentially. So from what is proposed in the book to replacing it with, no individual member of the city council may consult with the city attorney without prior approval by the council or its president. The council shall be informed each time the city attorney is consulted. So basically, I just want for clarification, if you don't mind, it's going to replace the language that's printed in your book. Is that the intention, Councilor?
That's certainly my
Thank you.
intention, yes.
And that's what I'm agreeing to as a friendly amendment.
Excellent. Thank you, councilors.
We're now going to public comment for this agenda item.
David Rackmales, Ward 1, I think I spoke earlier. As far as consultations with the city attorney is, I think any member of the council or the mayor or members of the city staff, for that matter, should have the ability to consult the city attorney on matters. I think when there is such a consultation, that there should be a record that that consultation occurred and what the subject matter was of that consultation. That's all.
Further public comment? Back to the council. Councilor Harriman.
Thank you. Yeah, so I am in support of this, this amendment or this agenda item. I'm thinking back, there was also an issue of communication, and I don't know exactly where the blame lies, but recently, the mayor said that he would check with the attorney on a particular matter after our last meeting, and then the email that we received back was on a different question and a different matter, which was also, it was a concern of some of us, but it was not the question that we were supposed to be asking. So I just wanted to put that out there.
So the times that I contacted the city attorney, the council knew that I was going to talk to the city attorney, or it knew shortly after the fact. Either they heard from me or the city attorney. Further comments or questions from the council? Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Councilor from Ward 7?
Yes.
Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Ward 5?
Yes.
Ward 6?
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 7-0.
Item number 7.
Item number 7, order to rescind City Council Vote 2-2024 taken at the meeting of January 2nd, 2024, which was for the election of the City Council President for 2024. Requested action, be it ordered by the City Council that the City Council hereby rescinds City Council Vote 2-2024 taken at the meeting of January 2nd, 2024, which was for the election of the City Council President for year 2024.
May I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Councilor Gallant. Second by Councilor Sol. Discussion.
I'll start if I can.
Councilor Gallant.
Thank you. I brought the motion forward. My concerns are is I have lost faith in the ability of Councilor Herman to lead the council. On more than one occasion, starting in January, he knew our wishes, and our wishes weren't followed as a council. They were circumvented or given over to the mayor to make a decision. On another occasion, Councilor Herman contacted four individuals to get a decision he wanted to get through or passed. Same complaint that he had in the previous year councils, he himself was doing. I was not reached out or talked to. Legal services, he posted some emails here recently. Sometimes he was talking with counsel. I was not notified that he was going to do that or the results. He also requested for the city administrator, certain individual exit letters to be reviewed. I consider that to be an investigation. We as a council do not have investigation authority over any city employee. For these reasons, I'm asking fellow councilors for us to remove Councilor Herman. It's just, I don't feel he's supporting us as a council all the way. Thank you.
Further comments from the council? Councilor Chittum.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This has been a difficult decision for me. I, with great respect for my fellow councilor, disagree. And the reasons for that are that I believe that while missteps have been made, mistakes have been made, they are not mistakes of a nature that are uncorrectable. And that in order to set us on the right course, we need to use in the vernacular not a machine gun, but rather a BB gun. I spoke with the president very recently and said, we have some concerns about your leadership as a president, but those concerns should be addressed by mid-course corrections rather than wholesale, let's remove you from office. So that's my position. I readily admit that there have been missteps, but I don't think that the nuclear option of removing the president from his position is called for at this point, which is not to say that if certain things don't change, it would not be called for in the future. But I think it's premature to do that now.
Councilor Najin.
I'd just like to state for the record, in case nobody's picked up on it, there's been some bumps in the road on our path to being a no longer green council. I would say that some of the concerns of the past council, I'm not about to litigate. I wasn't present for any of the things that happened within that body, and I can only judge on what I see currently. Are there things that we can improve on? All of us? Absolutely. And I think we're working towards a path of building more trust among ourselves as a council, and also I do not believe that at this point in time I would support the removal of our council president, especially since we re-elect in January. So,
Councilor Sol.
I just want to say I've seen you struggle with duties of a president and duties of a friend, and I understand that, but there have been decisions that have been made that I just can't forget, and we can't talk about a lot of them because they've been done in executive session, and so that it's hard to really say a lot, but I'm just not so confident. I've seen you try to make changes, and I appreciate that. I'm just not confident that that's going to continue going forward, and I don't want to wait for the next thing to happen. I would just rather us all be comfortable on the same level and have that same trust, and I don't see that trust amongst us all. So it's not personal, it's business. That's how I feel.
Further comments from the council? Public comment for this agenda item.
Ronnie Parity, Ward 6. Councilor Gallant, I know where you're coming from, and I have to agree with you, but I'm here to support Councilor Harriman tonight. I think he has changed. I think he was influenced by a certain person the last 2 years, and I think that with some of the rest of your help, not the mayor, that he can learn and everything else. He's young. This was a new job to him, and unfortunately, he was influenced by a certain person, and I think you know, Councilor Glant, who I'm talking about. But anyway, I support Harriman staying on. If he does other things, then you need to go forward. But I think he needs a chance. I think he needs a chance to learn from people who have been in the position before and everything else. I don't want to go through what we went through last council, where we're dismissing all kinds of people. We need work in this city. We need to get together. We need to have our roads done. The road in my house is tarred up and everything else. We need to do things to get this city together, and it's divided, and the person that did this is the mayor. Thank you.
Jim Lyson, I've been a resident of Ward 1 for, this year it's going to be 40 years. Same location, 26 Taylor Hill Road. You know, there's been a lot of talk of transparency tonight, and you know, when you are, and I appreciate that Councilor Gallant and Councilor Sol both made their points, because that's important too. That's part of what transparency is. Why are you voting a certain way? But I also agree with Councilor Chittum and Councilor Najin about that this is probably a little premature. And I don't support the replacement of the city council president. I think he's earned that position. You know, to err is human, you know? I mean, you're going to make mistakes. And it's a difficult job. And think about the period of time we're talking about, too. It's been some difficult situations. So I'm glad I was in the city council during this period of time. And I was for 2 terms, by the way, and for representing Ward 1. So I'm here for another council agenda item, but I appreciate the fact that there is a little bit more transparency in the discussion. But I do think that Scott has earned that position, earned that Councilor Harriman. And, you know, if he who's without sin cast the first stone. And I'm waiting, so thank you.
Further public comment?
Hello. I'm reading this for a citizen who cannot be here tonight. Councilors, I see that you are looking to remove Scott Harriman as council president. I live in Ward 3, and I support this move. I may not have it for all the same reasons you do, but I'd like to add the council president and the school committee rep. He has shown clear signs of religious bias against my religion, Wicca, or any of the other older or minority religions. It started when I sent a Facebook message to the official city Facebook page and all the councilors I could find Facebook for, saying if they were going to celebrate one religion, here's how the city should celebrate Ostra. Your president was quick to jump in and say, the city has an art walk and a maker fair, and that's how we should celebrate. Not saying anything about the religious holiday it's about, which is not how the official city page celebrated Ramadan. It was all about what the holiday was. When I called him on it, his next tactic was to demand how I celebrate my religion. Funny, I didn't know in America I had to say how I celebrated, but I answered him. There was only one other councilor who did respond, and responded with a negative, no, I support the freedom of all religion, and that was Councilor Sol from Ward 5. I will not be able to attend tonight, And if I did, I'm not sure my anxiety would allow me to speak before the crowd here. So I'm sending this to ask that it be read into the record when you go to remove him from the council presidency, and hopefully the school committee rep as well. I'll be sending this to a couple other people so that if you will not enter this into the record, hopefully they'll be willing to speak on my behalf. Yours, Lisa Glutiny, Ward 3. And there are a whole bunch of screenshots of everything that she and Scott and a couple other people had a talk about why Scott did what he did. I believe I see it was sent to all the councilors, so you all got a copy of it today. So, and in my last 30 seconds, I would like to add that you guys, yep, Scott's made mistakes. I'll give him that. But to be fair, he's made serious mistakes and has suffered from a severe lack of transparency with his friend, Carl Shaleen, who happens to be our mayor. There is a problem there. Rodney had the right idea, split them up.
Good evening, Lee Clement, Ward 6. I warmed the seat for Councilor Chittum last term. When I left this chamber 4 months ago, I asked you to take good care of this city. What's happened? My career involved forensics, one of which was latent fingerprints. As I look at what Lewiston has become since January, I see fingerprints over what's happened, all over the place. The fingerprints are there, although there has been a mighty effort to cover them up. Ladies and gentlemen of the council, since before day one, when your leadership cooked up a devious agenda, you have been misled by your very own leadership. Those folks have sought to assign blame to city administration, all the while denying their own involvement, looking the cameras right in the eye and lying to Lewiston. The liar-in-chief, who's often said he doesn't have a bone in his body that needs to be right, must be particularly pleased with what he has accomplished. You were taken for a ride, and now look at the mess we're in. Good people and their reputations have been sullied to no end, and now the chickens will come home to roost. Look ahead, folks. You think you've had legal problems up to now? Those will pale in comparison to what's coming down the pike. You could logically expect that 7 figures worth of legal woe and the reputation of the city will be mortally shot in the gut. And all to what end? An individual's power trip? Wake up and do what's needed to put this city on the right track. Thank you very much.
Luke Jensen, Ward 5, Sullivan Avenue. Hope you vote against this proposal. I haven't heard the public case made. I mean, I've heard some vague evidence that was just now in the last 20 minutes put forward. But as a member of the public, if you guys are going to make an act this serious, you need to make a better public case for it. You guys have the option of making some of that executive session information public. You just need to vote on it. I know some of it may be aligned to actual city staff, but your guys' actions aren't protected. You guys are elected officials. You're not city employees. So again, the public case I really haven't had made. I'd like to know more information. I mean, it'd be great if it could be included in the council packet. If there's an actual case to be made, make it. See what you can put out. But I haven't certainly seen that, and I kind of almost take offense for Councilor Harriman for people saying, he's aligned with the mayor. I mean, I know Councilor Harriman. I would not give, that statement. I don't think that's the case, and I think the public perception isn't always accurate of the way we view our elected officials. And so, again, I appreciate all the work you guys do. I know it's a pretty tough job up there, but, I mean, the public case for this has not been made. And so we need more information as a public, or else it's just going to look like you guys are just doing more games. And so I fully support Councilor Harriman. I'm sure we all make mistakes. I made mistakes as a councilor. We all did. But I haven't seen anything that rises to warrant a change like this. Thank you.
Further public comment on this agenda item? Back to the council. Councilor Harriman.
Thank you. I just wanted to say that over the past 3 months, I've done my very best to represent this council as its president. I think that we need to I do admit that there have been a couple times that I've forgotten to call someone or, didn't fully understand the intent of the entire council. But I think that we need to make sure that we're all communicating because, I hadn't heard from Councilor Gallant about these concerns until tonight, and I tried to reach out to him, and he didn't respond to me. So if I could just ask the other councilors, if you see an issue where, where I'm not performing up to the standards that you prefer, if you could please just let me know then. And it's not, I'm not trying to be combative or anything, but I just want to be able to correct it when it's happening. And I would like to continue to be in this seat. I enjoy doing it, and as I said before, I have just done my very best to represent the council.
Councilor Roy.
For transparency, I've seen Scott grow over the last couple of months. I know Scott's made some mistakes, or Councilor Harriman. I feel that he's been trying to turn it around. I do feel like he's been on the right track, and for this, I can appreciate everybody's concerns and all that stuff. But for right now, I wouldn't be able to support removing him.
Councilor Najin.
Just to comment on a couple of things that have come up. One of the challenges I think that we run into is, we're not the Facebook police, and nor are we going to judge somebody based on what may or may not have been said on Facebook. I can also say, and I just suggest that all of our counselors possibly follow this, comments that you place on Facebook on other people's pages are not easily FOIA'd by our FOIA officer. So just keep in mind where and how you place comments, because some of them are very hard to retrieve. But if this is a case of rebuking the mayor through punishing the council president, I'm not comfortable with that. I just, that does not sit well with me. And yeah, that's basically what I have to say.
Further comments from the council? Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Counselor from Ward 7?
Yes.
Ward 1?
No.
Ward 2?
No.
Ward 3?
No.
Ward 4?
No.
Ward 5?
Yes.
Ward 6?
No.
Motion failed by a vote of 2 to 5.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Do we need any council action on item number 8?
No, I think it's not applicable at this point. Thank you.
And we are now up to item number 9.
Item number 9, authorization to permit a third party to upgrade the remaining portion of Regine Avenue as outlined on the 1979 plan entitled Revision to Fern Court Estates and accepted public easement to city specifications at their own expense. Excuse me. Requested action to authorize any future owner of the property at 816 College Street rear to upgrade the remaining portion of Regine Street as outlined on the 1979 plan entitled Revision to Fern Court Estates and accepted as a public easement by the City Council on May 3rd, 2005, to city specifications at their own expense, and to authorize the city administrator to execute any documents necessary that are related to this matter.
May I have a motion, please? Councilor Sol.
Second.
Second by Councilor Harriman. Director Norton, could you please kick us off?
Certainly. Back in February, this came before the council. This is a request from the owner of 816 College Street rear, who had received permission in 2005 from that city council for herself and her husband to extend Regine Avenue to access that property. And at your meeting in February, there was a question as to whether what the ownership was of that portion of Regine that's essentially, undeveloped, but is an easement that the city has. There was a letter that was written to you from legal counsel that clarified, I hope, that issue for council. And the request is that you consider providing clarification for herself and any future owner of that parcel that they would be able to have the same rights to extend that road.
Thank you, Director Norton. Comments from the council? Councilor Chittum.
Mr. Mayor, thank you. This is a complex issue, but I think at root it boils down to an error that was made by the council in 2005. There were several errors in my view, and some of those errors, in my view, were not shared by our attorney. However, reasonable minds can disagree. In the first case, I don't believe that the city properly authorized a public easement over the strip of land that was an extension of Regine Avenue. There were ordinances in place at the time that established criteria for the acceptance of a public easement. There were 5 criteria. 3 of them failed to be met. One of them said that it was an easement that was in public, or that had been in public use prior to 1995. 1985, I'm sorry, that was not met. There was no quitclaim deed obtained from the abutters. That condition was not met. So in my view, in 2005, the council erred in establishing a public easement. I'm further concerned about the fact that this is a public easement as opposed to a public way, and there is a distinction in the statutes about those. A public easement gives the public certain rights to go and travel on this property. It does not give them, in my view, and I am not an attorney, it does not give them, in my view, the right to put bulldozers on the property, which is now owned by the abutters. State law has passed title to Regine Avenue, that portion that is a public easement. The title to the land underlying that right has been passed to the abutting owners along Regine Avenue. It would seem to me common sense that if a bulldozer is going to be going onto that property, that the owners of the land themselves ought to be the ones that are granting that authority. And I think that goes back to the quitclaim deed requirement in section 6699 of our own ordinances. I am going to be voting against this. I think the council erred in 2005. The request has been made for this council to propagate that error by not only allowing Mrs. Silva the authority to put a road in there, but also any unnamed person who simply happens to buy her property. I'm very uncomfortable with authorizing that right to anyone unknown to us. Thank you.
Further comments from the council? We're now heading to public comment for this agenda item.
Good evening, Bob McCarthy, 34 Regine Avenue, Ward 2. I have a prepared statement. Good evening, councilors and Mr. Mayor. Once again, I stand before you to defend my neighborhood against the actions by the city that will cause undue hardship. I want to bring to your attention the false facts presented by Mrs. Silva. First off, Mrs. Silva maintains that 832 and 816 College Street rear are separate properties. That's not correct. There's only one deed representing all 30 acres. I would have given you a copy, but it's almost impossible to read, but you can look it up, Androscoggin County deeds, or I have a copy if you want to try to look at it. She has two tax bills because the lot was originally zoned as industrial. When Mr. Netto, the previous owner, bought the lot, the city rezoned 7 acres as residential so that he could build a home on it. It was maintained as 2 separate tax bills after the whole area was rezoned residential so that Mrs. Silva would pay a lower rate for the 23 acres as is considered backland. Second is Mrs. Silva's assertion that 816 College Street rear was originally part of Fern Court Estates. The city attorney has stated that Mrs. Silva's property was not and prior to the granting of the easement, had no material interest in the undeveloped section of Regina Avenue. Also, if you refer to Exhibit 1 in the packet that I gave you, you will find a letter from the previous owner, Mr. Netto, to the building inspector in the city of Lewiston. Apparently, the building inspector was taking issue with how Mr. Netto was using his property, which was zoned industrial. Mr. Netto stated that this land was always used for farming and that he had bought farm animals to continue this tradition. This shows that Mrs. Silva's statement that Mr. Netto bought this land to develop it is a lie. Next on the list is Mrs. Silva's statement that you cannot access 816 College Street rear from College Street. If you look at Exhibit 2 in your packet, it's a copy of a flyer issued by one of her realtors, which states that there is potential access to 816 College Street rear from College Street. Exhibit 3 in your packet is emails from David Hediger showing his reservations about public easement. The first email states, I quote, "She is lucky to be granted a public easement by the city council for a road that doesn't even exist." Close quotes. This is a very telling statement in itself. The second email says, and I think it's Exhibit 4, the second email says, this one is also from Director Hediger, I'll add, staff was not behind the 2005 request, take from the city council. The intent of this motion was to provide legal frontage to rear lot so it would be deemed developable. This solution was
Mr. Mayor?
created.
Yes.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilor Chittum.
point of order. The 3-minute time has elapsed. I would be happy to have the council entertain a motion to suspend the rules so that we can hear Mr. McCarthy speak further, but that's the council's decision.
So moved.
One second. Madam Clerk, in the past, we've sort of done this by unanimous consent. Do you feel that it's okay, or you feel that we need a vote?
Unanimous consent is past practice, you're correct.
Thank you. Unless there's objections, please continue.
Thank you.
Sorry, Councilor Najin, do you have an objection?
My only objection would be, are we going to allow everyone to run over 3 minutes tonight?
Thank you for asking. It's a great question. Here's the plan. So how long do you anticipate speaking, Mr. McCarthy?
Probably another minute and a half.
Okay, so my plan is to let Mr. McCarthy finish and then allow Ms. Silva the time that she would like to speak, and then hold everyone else to 3 minutes. Please continue, Mr. McCarthy.
Okay. I'll reread that quote. I'll add, staff was not behind this 2005 request take from the city council. The intent of this motion was to provide legal frontage to rear lot so it would be deemed developable. This solution was creative, but far from ideal, and a bit concerning solution from a land use perspective towards providing legal frontage via a public easement on something that is nothing more than a paper street, close quotes. Former Director Hediger stated several times that he's never heard of this being done before or since. The next exhibit is another picture of the end of Regina Avenue. It's hard to see. What is circled on the picture is a stake from the surveyor that Ms. Silver hired, and it shows the beginning of the paper street. In front of that, on the developed part of the street, is where the snow is dumped. The snow is piled at the end of the approved section. I bring this up because Mrs. Silver's attorney used the plowing of snow as proving that the unapproved section of Regina Avenue was being used by the city. This was central to the argument that a public easement was justified. It is not the job of employees of Lewiston to pick winners and losers. Just follow the laws, codes, and ordinances that have been developed and refined over decades. In the case of public easement, this is not what happened. Section 66103 was clearly written to deal with existing but unaccepted roads that cannot be constructed to city standards but need to have their use perfected. This is not the case with the unapproved section of Regina Avenue. The section that does apply is 6699, which is for streets that currently do not meet standards but can be constructed to meet city standards. By applying this code, this section fails on 3 of the 5 requirements. What was done in 2005 does not pass the straight face test and should not be continued. The city should not be unjustly enriching one individual at the expense of the whole neighborhood and the 21 families that live and pay taxes there. Thank you for listening, and I'm open to questions.
At this point, Ms. Silva, would you like to speak?
Actually, I'd like to speak.
I recognize that, but I would like Ms. Silva to speak, and then you can certainly speak afterwards. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Yvette Silva, Ward 2. When my husband and I acquired that piece of property, we were told it was a part of a development that was, let me just get my paperwork out here, a part of a development that the city of Lewiston accepted and approved, which originated with a Lemieux, Mr. Lemieux, who developed Lemieux Street and so on. Richard Kultemausch, and I spoke to him, was never charged taxes on the unfinished Regine Avenue because it was too small to calculate. An acre is 43,560 square feet, where this unfinished portion is approximately 3,500 square feet. However, in 1979, Mr. Kultemausch agreed that the city would maintain the 3,500 square feet as a public easement. That you will find on book 1434, page 85, until Regine Avenue be continued to the 23-acre property line. Therefore, the city councilors of 2005 did have the right to give authorization to the owner of the 23 acres to continue Regine Avenue. The intent was that the 23 acres was always part of the original city-approved development, and that explains why the city has maintained the public easement for 45 years. So I'm asking the city to amend the authorization to continue Regine Avenue to read that the owner of the 23 continue the street as to the property line as the city approved and accepted back then. Thank you.
Kayla Plavnik, 33 Regine Avenue. Ladies and gentlemen of the City Council and concerned citizens, as we gather to deliberate on the authorization for any future owner of the property at 816 College Street rear to upgrade the remaining portion of Regine Avenue, it is imperative that we consider the long-term ramifications of this expansion, particularly on the lives of our children who call Regine Avenue their home. Mrs. Silva, the current owner of the property, has expressed her desire to sell her home at 816 College Street rear and has no plans to continue residing there. It is noteworthy that Mrs. Silva's decision not to continue residing in her home presents an opportunity for a more efficient and less disruptive approach to the construction of 816 College Street rear. Instead of subjecting multiple families to the disruptions caused by construction on a residential street, a developer could acquire Mrs. Silva's property, demolish her home, and expand the College Street rear property without impacting the existing residents of Regine Avenue. By focusing the construction activities on Mrs. Silva's property, we can minimize the disruptions to the families residing on Regine Ave, preserve the tranquility of our neighborhood, and mitigate the potential decrease in property values that could result from the transformation of our quiet, dead-end street into a thoroughfare. Furthermore, this approach aligns with the broader goals of responsible urban planning and development. It enables us to optimize land use, minimize environmental impact, and promote the efficient utilization of resources while still facilitating the necessary infrastructure improvements for our community. Moreover, as we consider the impact of this expansion on the lives of our children, it is essential to recognize that with increased traffic, speeding cars, and additional light pollution resulting from the expansion, the once safe streets where our children played freely may become hazardous and unwelcoming. In conclusion, I urge this council to not consider Mrs. Silva's interest and to instead consider the safety and well-being of our children and the broader implications of this expansion as we deliberate on the authorization for any future owner of the property at 816 College Street rear to upgrade the remaining portion of Regent Avenue. Thank you for your attention, and I trust that we will make a decision that reflects our commitment to the welfare of all of our residents. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Janet McCarthy, 34 Regina Avenue. I believe that's Wood 2. I am up here to rebuke some of Ms. Silva's comments that she just made. Number one, I have a copy of the Fern Court Estates development, the plan that was registered at the Registry of Deeds. It never included the 23 acres, which is actually part of a full 30-acre parcel on the one deed for that piece. So that, and in fact, right there is a lie. I have also spoken to Richard Kudamash, who was a family friend when we bought our land on Regina Avenue, hence why we bought from him. And the reason that there's no turnaround at the end of our street is he did that just to save a few bucks. We didn't care. The street ended. We were happy. He was happy. He saved him a few bucks. And he never intended to develop any land beyond the end of our street. If you look at the end of our street, and I wish we had that picture, because I happen to have this rock at the end of my driveway that's got to be, I don't know, 3-4 tons, that has been there the entire time I've lived there, and you would have to go over it to plow snow onto that supposed paper street. There are also trees, big oak trees that are probably 40 years old, that you could never have gotten to that paper street with that snow that supposedly was being plowed onto it. I will tell you, I was a real estate agent in Lewiston and Auburn for the last 25 years. I just recently retired, and I am aware that Mrs. Silva has been trying to sell her property for many years, and I can tell you, and then you can take this for what it's worth, as an experienced realtor, the reason it never sold is because she overpriced it. She never really took into consideration the real value. It is backland. It is a 400-foot road to come from College Street to the land. And she has a cute little ranch, very nice little home, but not valued at what she thinks it's valued at. So that's why it hasn't sold. Not because she can't come onto Regina Avenue to access this parcel that was never part of Fern Court Estates.
Lee Clement, Ward 6. Just briefly, we took this matter up at the last council. There were at least 3 votes taken, and the measure was defeated all 3 times. So I guess the analogy I would draw here, what do you keep shopping for a judge that's going to give you the answer you want to hear? We heard the arguments back then. We voted, as I say, at least 3 times. It may have been 4 that night. I don't exactly recall, but it was defeated in each and every instance. And I would ask you not to propagate what appears to be a mistake of a previous council by overturning what was done last year. Your choice, but it will go down in history as your choice. Thank you.
Further public comment on this agenda item? Back to the council. Councilor Najin.
I just want to speak to a few points. One, again, we can't litigate the past. We simply can't. This has become a political issue in a time when we're having a conversation about needing to increase the tax base and to provide housing. The hope that a large developer will come in and create enough housing to meet the needs of everybody in our community, it's not a realistic hope. There are missing pieces of housing all over the community, and there are many people who would love the same benefits that you see from the people who live on Regina Ave now. I think, judging the danger of your neighborhood based on how many houses exist, I think that's a poor model. But the situation is, it is correct that there are questions on whether or not the original easement was even acceptable under our ordinances. That's absolutely 100% true. The situation is, after the waiver to basically supersede the ordinances that were in place, there was a 15-year period in which that could have been challenged, and it was not. And at this point, the entire situation's unfortunate, is basically the way I can put it at this point. I can't be for housing and be against developing that lot. It's just simply not possible. I believe that housing should be attainable by anyone, including folks who want to live in a nice, quiet neighborhood. So that's just my opinion.
Councillor Chittum.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I applaud Councillor Nagin's concern, and I very much would like to see this property developed as well. There are alternative methods of doing that without treading on what I view as improper and unjust taking of land that was not originally affiliated with the parcel under consideration. So I would like to see it developed, but I would like to see the development occur using land that's owned by Mrs. Silva, as opposed to using an easement, a public easement that, in my view, as I said before, was improperly applied in 2005.
Councillor Soul.
Yeah, I agree with Councillor Chittum on the legal matters, but ultimately, I would rather see an alternative way to get to that back parcel and not disrupt the neighborhood that these folks have moved on to, with the expectation that it was going to remain a quiet neighborhood. Yeah, so I would like to see you find a way to your back lot from, is it College Street? From College Street, and that's my opinion. So.
Councillor Harriman.
Thank you. So I voted for this on the last council, and I plan to vote for it again this time, simply for the reasons that Councillor Nagin stated, that we need more housing and we need to increase our tax base. And I think this is a reasonable access to this lot that could make it developable and get some more houses on there.
I understand that some councillors have stated that they have, I guess, legal concerns about the way this transpired, but for the record, our attorney does not. Further comments or questions from the council? Councillor Soul, did you?
No, I just want to make sure that everybody has been able to say what they wanted to say in this matter.
Yeah, public comment is not closed. Okay. Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Council from Ward 7?
No.
Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Ward 5?
No.
Ward 6?
No.
Motion passed by a vote of 4-3.
We're now up to agenda item number 10.
Item number 10, resolution calling for an immediate ceasefire in Gaza and Israel. Requested action to approve the resolution calling for an immediate ceasefire in Gaza and Israel.
May I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Councillor Chittum.
Second.
Second by Councillor Gallant. Discussion among the council. If if our studio audience could please be quiet and also just sit down for right now, where everyone will get a chance to speak. Don't you worry. Councilor Gallant.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm first going to ask for a friendly amendment to Councilor Chittum's proposal. Under now there is to be resolved where the word Gaza is, I would like to strike the word Gaza and write countries around the world. I also would like to go down to the very last paragraph where it says in Gaza and Israel and add all countries in similar conflicts. And the very last word line where it says medical supplies to Gaza, I would like it to read, and all countries in similar conflicts.
Madam Clerk, can you please remind me who was first and seconded the motion?
Sure, Counselor Chittum made the motion, Counselor Gallant seconded it.
Okay. And you're proposing those as friendly amendments, Counselor Gallant?
Yes, sir.
And Counselor Chittum, how do you feel about this?
Wow. I think this is a tough call. In my opinion, it dilutes the intent of the resolution. So I'm not in favor of this as a friendly amendment. Councilor Gallant is free to make it as an amendment to the article, but I do not want to accept that as a friendly amendment.
At this point, thank you, Councilor Chittum. At this point, Councilor Gallant, you can propose an amendment to the floor, and we can go from there if you so choose. Or I can recognize other councilors to speak.
Can I come back to me?
Yeah, okay. Councilor Harriman.
Thank you. I guess regardless of how councilors feel about this particular resolution, the proposal is it would basically dilute the entire thing. Just for context, last term, there was a resolution to condemn a Nazi demonstration that happened right out here in town. Some councilors took offense at that and watered it down to condemn all violence everywhere, which is just so broad that it doesn't really speak to the point. So I would argue that this potential amendment is the same way, and it doesn't address the issue that we're talking about tonight.
Councilor Chittum.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to make it clear that my sympathies lie entirely with all of the combatants and victims of what's happening in Gaza and Palestine. I would also like to make it clear that I have proposed this resolution solely as a response to the voices of our constituents. I do not believe that the Lewiston City Council should weigh in on matters of international politics. However, I do believe that the Lewiston City Council should be responsive to its constituents. We have heard many, many, many people speak and write in favor of this resolution. I have heard no one speak in opposition to it other than to say this is not the business of a local municipal council. That I agree with. However, I think the concerns of the constituents and the residents and the voters and the citizens of Lewiston override that. And in this case, I am willing to say I support this resolution, if only because there's been such an outpouring and an outswelling of support for it. Thank you.
Similarly, I have thoughts. Yes, I had a conversation with a resident. It was either earlier this week or late last week, encouraging. She wanted the council to put this on the agenda, and while I am certainly support a ceasefire, this is not, objectively speaking, this does not meet the test of city business. We cannot influence federal guidance and federal action in this in any way. We don't have; those are not our decisions to make. They don't lie within our purview. And I'm also concerned about. And we're seeing this across like city councils and school committees across the U.S., where there is top-level politics, federal and state politics, kind of coming down to municipal politics. and to our level, and it's not helpful. We could have arguments about abortion. I certainly feel a certain way, but it's really nothing that can be decided among the city council. And so we can end up having all of these discussions that don't really move city business forward. And so yes, I was initially against putting this on the agenda, and I was fine with the councilor's response during the last meeting why it's not coming on the agenda. And then I had a conversation, and I still mostly feel that way, but then I had a conversation with a friend last night who in some sense, this is democracy in action, and we are here to protect the people's wishes. And I don't think that I would have added this to the agenda, but now that it is here, I support it. Further comments from the council? Councilor Nagy.
I would just like to speak to a few different points. My employer, his name is Imad Khalidi. He's a Palestinian-born American citizen who's worked here that I've worked for 26 years. He reached out to me to speak to this. He is somebody that I greatly trust and respect due to the fact that he's been a fantastic mentor. I know some of the struggles that he's had in the past with his family still in Palestine. But right now we're a city council. If a binding UN resolution with 14 members of the Security Council can't stop this, you're certainly not going to get it to stop from a resolution passed by City Council. When over 100 weapons sales bypassed Congress to arm Israel, certainly not going to be something that the City Council is going to be able to address. When we go through Purim, Ramadan, and Easter with wholesale slaughter in Israel, in the West Bank, I apologize, in Gaza. There's nothing that can stop this right now, and it's not the role of the authority of council to pass these bills. Right now we're talking about giving $18 billion worth of F-150s to Israel. Right now we're funding a war in Ukraine. Right now there are 25 million Sudanese on the verge of starvation. When you all stop picking war and start accepting that killing people is not the solution, genocide is not the solution, then I could possibly support an agreement like that. And the reason why I'm making a point is because I know that there's a lot of political action around this, and it was indicated that I was not for a ceasefire, for stopping, for supporting a ceasefire in Gaza. And personally, yeah, I absolutely am. But as a counselor, I just do not think it's appropriate. And so yeah.
Councilor Sol.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I think we can all agree that what's happening in Gaza is horrifying. As a human, as a mother, it's hard to comprehend at times. We all want peace. I support peace. I do not support war, ever. But I also don't support international affairs at City Council. I certainly don't appreciate the City Council being put in this position. I too find it inappropriate, and so I do not support this at a city level. I support it personally, but not as a city councilor. So, thank you.
Councilor Gallant.
Thank you, Mayor. And I won't offer up a change, but I'll echo some of the councilors. You know, I'm not for war. I'm not for what's going on in any country. I have a list in front of me: Palestine, Pakistan, Yemen, India, Nigeria, Chad. All these people are all having the same problems they're having in Gaza. There's genocide going in all these different places in the world. I don't know it's our business and politics at a city level to be involved in all these different things that are happening in the world. I agree that they're wrong, and something should be done, and you really need to be taking your story and your stuff to our senators and our congressmen. That's the people who have control, the purse strings, that's the people who can make things happen. We don't make anything happen at that level here, other than making some people feel good. And I won't vote for something so you can feel good. It's gonna be a reason to vote for something dealing with our city. That's why I'm here, that's why I got elected. Thank you.
Councilor Longchamps.
I just want to say thank you all for coming out. And I definitely am in favor of the ceasefire. I don't think it's right. And I think it is important, though, that we do make a stand for myself, and that I'm able to say, as Ward 2 City Councilor, I definitely stand against it. This is, for the ceasefire, sorry.
We understand.
Yes, good, thank you.
Okay, we're going to head to public comment in a second, but if you can all humor me for a second, please put down your signs because we're going to take a small poll here. So who plans on speaking for this resolution? Okay, and then, thank you. Please put down your hands. And who plans on speaking against? Okay, so yeah, here's what we're gonna do. Yeah, just in the interest of time, and a lot has been said on this already, and I recognize many of you, and you've come to speak during public comment, and I applaud you for that. But in order for us not to be here until 2 a.m., for this agenda item, I'm going to give everyone a minute. So please start.
Ryan, point of order.
1 minute.
Yes, go ahead, Councilor Harriman.
I just wanted to see how the council feels about restricting the public comment to such a short period.
Yeah, we'll go around. Councilor Najin.
I would just like to say that I appreciate everybody coming out, and I think everybody should be able to be heard. And I also think that this is probably your only avenue at this moment to be heard. I also want to point out that our staff is here ultimately against their will, so just consider that. But I certainly would be okay with people speaking for the full 3 minutes.
Yeah, and just to further clarify, chances are many of you are going to be saying the same thing, and that's where the 1 minute idea comes from. Further questions or comments from the council?
Yes.
Or, Councilor Longchamps.
I think they should be given their 3 minutes. On other topics, it didn't matter how long they were here or how many of them stood up. I think they should be given their 3 minutes, regardless of how many people were here. They're here, they came to speak, we should hear them.
If the councilors wish to give them their 3 minutes, I'm okay with that. Councilor Chittum.
3 minutes.
We're going to go with 3 minutes. So, yeah, please continue.
Dear members of the Lewiston City Council, my name is Laith, and I've been living in Lewiston for the past 2 years. Today, I want to bring to your attention a matter that weighs heavily on my heart. For the past 178 days, I've been closely monitoring the devastating situation in Palestine. It's been a roller coaster of emotions, heartbreak, anger, frustration, and so many other emotions that the English language just cannot describe. As I witness the relentless suffering endured by the Palestinian people, I've been glued to my phone screen watching scenes of children being rescued from rebels, mothers mourning the loss of their babies, family torn apart, and the street of Gaza stained with blood. When it gets too intense, I try to turn off my phone and focus on something else. But all I can think about is the people of Palestine who don't have the privilege to hit pause and have no other option but to endure this nightmare without reprieve. More than 30,000 lives have been lost, with the vast majority being innocent children and women. The sheer scale of human suffering is distressing. The children of Gaza is not, if not killed, orphaned, or injured, will no doubt be traumatized for life. What happened on October 7th is unacceptable. The loss of life, regardless of race, religion, or origin, cannot be tolerated. However, the collective punishment of the Palestinian people cannot be justified either. As of yesterday, the 2-week siege of Al-Shifa Hospital, the largest medical facility in Gaza, and a vital lifeline for Palestinians seeking healthcare, ended. 900 Palestinians were detained, and 300 executed in a manner that defies humanity. The scenes within Al-Shifa Hospital were nothing short of chaotic. Bodies mutilated and stacked upon one another, their identities and unknowns to their grieving families. El Shifa Hospital, already stretched to its limits, represented the last hope for Palestinians seeking even the most basic medical care amidst this turmoil. Yet Israel showed no hesitation in reducing it to rubble, making it uninhabitable and inoperable. We cannot ignore the gravity of these atrocities. Asking for peace, a return to normal life, access to food and clean water should not be too much to ask. It is what every human deserves to have. We cannot afford to remain silent in the face of injustice. We must take a stand for peace, compassion, and human dignity. This is not a fair fight. It's an asymmetrical conflict that pits the powerful against the powerless, the oppressor against the oppressed. It is not a war. It's a humanitarian crisis unfolding before our eyes. And the U.S. is still complicit in these war crimes, using your tax dollars to fund this genocide. The cries of peace are growing, louder by the day, coming from people of all backgrounds and beliefs. 10% of Mainers voted for a ceasefire or left their ballots blank. 2/3 of Americans voters across all political groups are in favor of a permanent ceasefire. I marched in protest from Brunswick, Wayne to Southern California calling for a ceasefire. How louder do we need to be so that we can be heard? Members of Lewiston City Council, this is not an easy topic. It is a complex issue that spans across decades and has so many layers. And although I don't have the solution for you today, I have the first step towards a solution, and that is to call for a permanent ceasefire in Gaza. Thank you, and may Palestine live long and free. Thank you.
Jim Lyson again from Ward 1 for the last 40 years, former city councilor. This is a moment in history that we'll be judged by, and by our actions. Do Nothing is saying we agree with the genocide and the horror. I hear people saying, well, I'm against war, I'm against this, but personally, the council shouldn't be involved in this type of stuff. However, much of our tax money is going into the military that's funding this war. Now, I don't agree with watering it down. I believe if other crises approach the magnitude of what's happening in Gaza, I think it would be appropriate and your duty to address that as well at that time. But we know this is happening. It's genocide. We know what happened in World War II. People ignored what was happening with the Holocaust. And a lot of people said they should have spoken up. And I think that that's really the point. And that's why you see so many of your constituents, and I think Councilor Chittum was right on. This is an issue that a lot of constituents believe in because, we see it every day. We've amended the resolution to be shorter, and that was, I thought it was too long to begin with as well, but it's shorter. I brought up a story of a cardiologist who's in Virginia, who's Palestinian, and he lost literally 100 members of his family to this genocide, and it's not appropriate. And I really believe that it's appropriate for you as a city council, because it involves our tax monies that comes through the feds. Hundreds of communities nationwide have done this resolution. So it's not that that's the solution, but it helps. And we're going to send on the resolution to our elected officials in Congress, that delegation as well. And I think it would help if the council of the city of Lewiston would do this. I think that it would help. So I'm proposing that you support the resolution. Again, I've asked people to keep their comments short and not to be repetitive. So, and we were asked to do that. So I think a lot of people are here, may or may not testify, but hopefully it won't be repetitive. Thank you. And ceasefire it out.
Hi, Julia Harper. I live in Ward 5. Thank you again for your critical public service to Lewiston. I and many others here are counting on you to pass this ceasefire resolution. And I'd like to just ask everyone who's in support of the resolution to raise your hands. Thank you. While I sympathize with the fact that there are pressing matters currently facing the city, I also hope that council will recognize the unique moment in history that we are living in and our collective power. I understand that there's wariness about taking on resolutions on international issues, and I would offer that you could use this uniquely horrifying circumstance of this conflict as a filter for future resolution decision-making, and here is a short list. Are Lewiston taxpayer funds being used in a genocide? Have Lewiston's congressional representatives refused to take action to stop a genocide despite it being supported by a majority of Americans of all political affiliations? I can tell you that everyone here has contacted King and Collins and Golden, and we have yet to see them move on this issue. Have more than 120 municipalities nationwide pass resolutions on this issue. So all this speaks to the fact that this is not a normal war. There are war crimes, and we are directly implicated in them. We should all be able to unite behind the public assertion that indiscriminate killing of over 13,000 children is not okay with our tax dollars, and help hold government representatives at all levels accountable to the calls for peace of Lewiston taxpayers. We all want council to move on from this issue and address other important matters. However, if the vote tonight fails, we will unfortunately be forced to be persistent. This will unfortunately include continuing to organize and speak out during public comment at future council meetings until our request to amplify our voices for peace to higher levels of U.S. representative government is heard and acted upon. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Shakri Abdurrahman, and I live in Ward 4. A lot of things have been said here, and I agree with what everyone has said. We just need to know what position the City Council is taking on this plea for a ceasefire in Palestine. Does Lewiston care? Are our elected officials even listening to us? When you go home, do you think of what citizens actually said? Do you have the guts to even say we agree or we don't? Will taking a side or a position as Lewiston residents and along with many other major cities in the United States have or make us look emotional? We need our elected leaders to speak up no matter what the consequences. I am tired of this matter being pushed aside and up there behind the city's official desks. Children are being killed in Gaza every day. Many of our elected leaders are parents. Think of your children being bombed, killed, critically injured, or even traumatized. Then stand up against the slaughter going on in Palestine. We need to send a message to our national leaders through a city ceasefire resolution by the next meeting. The longer the violence continues on either side, the more hundreds of innocent lives will be lost. This is the time for Lewiston to be able to stand up and make our stand clear. We do not support killing of children and families in Palestine. We are contributing and aiding in this genocide, and we call ourselves a democratic nation. Many institutional buildings have been bombed, and many families continue to be massacred. This is the time for you to actually stand up and show that you are a true leader. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Ifrah Saeed Isa, Ward 4, Lewiston resident. I'm here to speak to you guys because I, as a child, went through war in Somalia, and I have seen the horrifying effects of war. And most of us are here. A lot of New Mainers are here because of the war. And I feel like I'm being forced to fund this war in Gaza because our government is sending money and funding Israel. I know that if U.S. stops funding Israel, there will be no genocide in Gaza, because more than 70% of the weapons that Israel is using to kill people is coming from the U.S. And not only from the government, but it also is coming from corporations like Walmart, McDonald's, Starbucks, KFC, Burger King, even bottled water. So to be honest, I feel really, really guilty eating even, because I know every time I buy something to eat, I'm funding Israel, who are killing people. And every time I go to work and I put gas in my car, I know that the corporation of the gas station is funding that war. So when people say Lewiston have nothing to do with it, Lewiston has everything to do with it. Everything at Lewiston is funding that war. Our money in a bank is being invested in those to Israel. The investment portfolio at the city of Lewiston, has investments. If you check your treasury reports, you will see that most of these investments fund Israel. So when people say that Lewiston has nothing to do with it, I feel like it's a cop-out or some type of like justification. But I feel like as city councilors, we have, first of all, I want to say I voted for, or we New Mainers voted for most of you guys, and we also voted for Jared Golden, Susan Collins, King, Senator King, and even President Biden. And I feel betrayed by my president and by my federal Congress people. So that's why we're here, and I'm just asking for something very simple. I'm not asking you guys to give me money or to give me a house or anything. I'm just asking you guys to send a message that says Lewiston is against bloodshed. Lewiston is against war. We are not okay with it. So people, maybe the federal government and our federal delegates and our president will listen. And you saying that it doesn't, it's not going to help, I think it will help.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Just in the interest of keeping things moving, people who want, if you've already spoken, if you can take a seat in the audience, and then people who want to speak, if you could start to queue up, that would be great. Please continue, sir.
Good evening, councilors and Mr. Mayor. My name is Asif Siddiqui. I'm here to speak for all the Afghans living in Lewiston. Growing up in Afghanistan, I've witnessed the horrors of violence and brutality against innocent people and children. And I can never forget the loss of our homes and loved ones. We can't even imagine if one of those 13,000 children who were killed in Gaza belonged to one of us in here. We could feel the pain. I understand that as city council do not want to interfere in international political issues, but as Lewiston taxpayers, you and we should put hands together with other 120 municipalities to stop paying, fueling this violence. Therefore, we kindly request you to leverage your influence to amplify our voices to stop this violence and request you to support ceasefire in Gaza. Thank you.
I'm Siri Cressy, Ward 5. And someone, I'm sorry, I can't read very well. Councilor Moore? Moore, is that? Sorry. Yes, you had said that, well, yes, that there's a lot of money from, mostly from America, pouring into Israeli defense in a way that kind of made it sound like there's nothing we can do, but at the same time, we're not supposed to be going to our local political councils and saying, this is bad, let's voice some opposition to this. I would really like to know what, as individuals at a very local level, we should do, what you'd think we should do. You don't have to answer right now. Also, I think there may be some confusion among some of the other councilors. Like, I heard a lot of, we're not the people to talk to, go to your local representatives. For most of us, you know, we could go to Jared Golden's office, but how often is he ever there? I have no idea. I know none of the times that I've happened to be, yes, protesting outside of his office, he wasn't there. And I don't know about any of the other senators or representatives' offices in Lewiston, but I know they have people who work for them there, but they're not there. for a lot of us, speaking to you all is speaking to representatives of government who we can actually talk to. And somebody else mentioned it's democracy in action. Yes, that's what I mean. It is. What we are attempting to do, as I understand, with this request, it's the idea that this please be sent up the chain. Because I can write to Mr. Golden, I can write to any of the other people on the list, but that's a letter. And I get a form letter back if I get anything. And yeah, meanwhile, children are being murdered.
That's time, thank you.
Honorable council members, Matthew Agron, Ward 4. I heard many of you agree that this is not truly the business of the city of Lewiston. I'm not for war. To be perfectly honest, I never met my dad because of a war. He never came home. We talk of war crimes. We're funding war crimes in other nations. We're funding a war crime in the Ukraine, where we are arming Nazi troops to ethnically kill Russians. If you don't believe me, look it up. It was actually run on German public broadcasting. And you know they have a rule about talking about that, but they had to run it. Now, what can we do? There's a couple things we can do. We can, as a city, de-invest all our investment from war industries. Be a little difficult, probably, to discover who's tied to who, but we could do it. And that's a big step. We also should look at the proposal that Councilor Gallant laid out, because it's not just war crimes in Gaza. There are war crimes right now in many different countries that we're funding. Our country isn't perfect. I love our country, but we're not. We as a city can't pick and choose which federal policies we truly want to support and what we don't. I don't want to pay taxes to the federal government to support the war in Ukraine. I don't want to pay taxes to support the war in Gaza. But it's not our business. What we can do is pull our money as a city out of war industries. You should look at that.
Alex Diamond Stanek in Ward 2. I'll try to keep this quick. First of all, I just want to say thank you to everyone. Thank you to Councilor Najin, Councilor Longchamps, Councilor Harriman, Councilor Chittum, who I heard from either in conversation or email before today. Thank you also to Councilor Soul and Councilor Gallant for what you said earlier. Going forward, I think the big piece of tension, I heard Councilor Gallant talk about, you don't want to vote for it just because, it'll make people feel good. And I and I hear that. I think that the tension that I see broadly is there is a disconnect between public opinion and public policy. And Councilor Najin, I think, pointed that out in a very eloquent and detailed way. Like, I think you get it, that there is that disconnect. I think the piece of hope that I'm hoping, maybe despite the fact that, for example, Councilor Najin, Councilor Soul, Councilor Gallant sort of expressed skepticism, I'm hoping that there's a nugget of hope that the organizing of public opinion on this could be amplified by this body in a way that will make a difference. If I'm going to make a bet, I'm not sure what odds I would give it, but I have some hope that it could make some difference, and that your arguments about it not being city business, to be honest, like, I don't think I could ever convince you based on what you've said tonight. But I just want there to be a nugget of hope in your brain that says, I know what I said, and it's on the record. I don't know, any people go back and watch things on YouTube, but it's there. You said it.
But I think what people are going to remember is how you voted on this. And I hope that you vote for hope tonight, as opposed to voting for sort of a detailed "this doesn't matter." Because to be honest, all of us are here in part because, like, we're so discouraged about how anything we do doesn't seem to matter, right? And so, like, I'm a realist in most cases, right? I'm just clinging to a little bit of a hope that despite the fact that you said there are really good reasons not to vote for this, please vote for it anyway. Thank you.
Good evening, councilors. My name is Sherry, and I live at 2 Swell Lane in Ward 7. And thank you for your service and for your time tonight, and thank you to everybody who's spoken. And I wanted to start by just sharing a story that was told to me among many other stories growing up, but it feels relevant tonight. So it was June of 1939, and the MS St. Louis cruised off the coast of Miami, and its passengers could see the lights of the city. But the United States hadn't been on the ship's original itinerary, and its passengers didn't have permission to disembark in Florida. As more than 900 Jewish passengers looked longingly at the twinkling lights, they hoped against all hope that they could land. Those hopes would soon be dashed by immigration authorities sending the ship back to Europe, and then nearly a third of the passengers on the St. Louis were murdered. So for me, when I think of this story differently tonight, I think about people who were coloring within the lines. They knew the rules, they knew their job, and they were choosing to follow those as opposed to looking at what was in front of them and an opportunity to behave differently. And you all are faced with that with every decision. And you all are bright enough and capable enough to take a decision and know that it doesn't have to be a blanket statement for all future decisions, that there's nuance and you can choose and pick in the future. And I think, you know, we also all know that this effort in some ways is a drop, right? And we're smaller than that. We're all molecules within that drop. But we also know that this one drop is among more than 120 other drops across the United States. And drop after drop after drop creates an overflow, and we hope that the water is rushing up to the doors of the people who can make the decisions that change the course. And that overflow can happen a little faster if people like you give that bucket a little shake, as opposed to holding steady and coloring within the lines and following the rules, because we're all faced with decisions every day that require nuance and require responsiveness to what's happening in front of us. And I think that we hope that you are listening, which you've said you are, and we're grateful for that. And if anything else, your job here tonight is to amplify the voices in this room. And the voices will continue to grow louder each council session until they can be heard and shared. So even if you fundamentally don't agree that it's your business, but you do agree that it is your job to put up a bullhorn to have our voices heard, because no matter how much we stand there with bullhorns in front of our representatives, they're not heard.
That's time, thank you.
Then we ask you to do that.
That's time, thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Andrea Bro, Ward 7. Thank you all to the council members and the mayor for being here, and also to the staff, and all of you to follow some statements that have already been made. Just being here in this room, knowing that I'm being listened to and surrounded by people, lifts some of the weight of this world these days. So thank you all for giving me a small molecule of hope. I won't repeat. It sounds like the question on the table for us tonight is, why does it matter if Lewiston joins what is clearly a growing local movement of municipal ceasefire resolutions being passed all over the country in more than half the states in the U.S. already? In other words, what impact will it have? That's what I heard you all asking. And so many people have already mentioned some of the impacts that it can have here, even locally, in these small ways. So I'll keep my comments just to how I feel as an educator and as a citizen. A ceasefire resolution can raise public awareness about the assault on Gaza for those in our community who don't know much about it. Those people might not be here. Local ceasefire resolutions can and do help educate community members about what's happening globally and the ripple effects that these global crises have here in our own community. We are not immune to that. If there's anything that we know well here in Lewiston, it's that the local is the global and the global is the local. I hear your concerns about interfering or not having much effect over international politics, but we are in it whether we like it or not. As so many people have said so articulately tonight, we're all deeply connected across political and geographical borders. Passing this resolution has the potential to open a broader dialogue in this community and hold us all accountable to not living in fear of debate or uncomfortable conversations. Our grief, anger, and despair collectively do not have to produce division. And you have the chance tonight to lead the community in this direction. And finally, though peacemaking has never been easy, calling for it, demanding it, should be. Whether that's at the individual level, each one of us here, and many of you who said you individually support a ceasefire, or at the level of Congress, or at the level of a city council. As the mayor of Sacramento, Darrell Steinberg, who's Jewish, recently explained, and this is a quote, "We may not be able to create peace in the Middle East, but we can model what we want to see throughout the world here in our own city." And I encourage you to do that tonight. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I am Basir Ahmad Hassan, and as an immigrant, and I work with U.S. Army back in Afghanistan, and I know how bad is war. And at the beginning, every councilor said their decision that we are like local, but I didn't know about that. So this is the first windows for us that we need to come and knock this door first, because we cannot go abroad like away from this. We cannot ignore the first step, that is consular section. So you are the first windows, and we can go like you are our voice, and we like most of the Lewiston population vote for you to speed up and voice, like to transfer our message to the Congress and to the president. And you are our leaders in this community. And I have a question here. If I have a daughter or a son, like adult, and he asks me that, what's happening there in Palestine? So what will be my answer to them? Or if your son or your daughter asks yours, so what will be your answer? That we are local and we cannot do anything? So they will not trust you first. They will say that this is like local thing. But you are local, but you are the first windows that transfer our message to the congressman and to the president. If we go there, they will not listen. Because they will say, like, let's first go to your councilor and to your mayor. So this is all I had, and I wanted to share with you that you are not, like I don't think that we are local. We need to think abroad, and we need to think big, not small. Thank you so much.
Further public comment?
Matt Roy, Ward 3. Oh, sorry. Makes me sound louder than I am. Section 15 of the council rules clearly state that public comment is directly relevant to municipal business. If that has been in the rules for decades, I'm going to say. Thanks for the city clerk for, writing these rules, but, I'm sure that's been there for, 25 years at least. But that should be germane to agenda items, as multiple councilors have said, Mr. Mayor. Second of all, by definition, there is no such thing as a permanent ceasefire. If that was the case, we'd still be living in the October 6th world, and the multiple versions of that have existed through the previous intifadas of the PLO and FATA. And then we come to Senator Schumer's hypocritical remarks about Israeli democracy when they've had 5 general elections from April of 2019 through COVID, nonetheless, through November 2022. The Palestinian National Authority has not held an election since 2006, 18 years ago. And then you have the hypocrisy of Hamas walking into Gaza, throwing out Fatah and running it, basically doing their own January 6th, if using probably an imperfect analogy. And then as Mr. Mayor, as Councilor Najin points out, we have 8 million displaced people in the Sudan. He said 25 million, so I'm thinking he's probably going back to 2014 and, the humanitarian crisis that no one really remembers or ever really talked about. And so, from Darfur, you have the border, the issue from the civil war in Burma/Myanmar, leaking over into Bangladesh, which those 2 countries, since Bangladesh separated from Pakistan, have had a border dispute. And then, speaking about genocide and or acts against crimes against humanity, we have the 1 million detained, at least 1 million detained people in Western China, the Uyghur people, who share a religion with the Palestinians, being a Turkic, Sunni Islam believing ethnicity within China.
Further public comment? And further public comment? Back to the council. Councilor Najin.
I just want to say that I'm very much appreciative of the fact that everybody came out to speak tonight. It's really hard for me to listen to some of the things that people are sharing, especially when you think about folks who have known war, who have come here in a situation where, I think a lot of U.S. citizens forget just how comfortable it is here. So that testimony certainly is moving, and I'm very sorry that representative democracy works the way that it does. The truth is, the people who should be hearing your voices should have to listen to them, but we're the ones accountable to you. And so I do, understand that there's a piece there where maybe this isn't council business, so to speak, but certainly making sure that your voices are heard is incredibly important. And I just want to let you know that, it was certainly moving. It's certainly something that I think about constantly. I would warn that the business of war, otherism, nationalism, identity, and religion based on weaponizing is pretty much the root of most of the murder that happens in this world. And so, it doesn't change my position that I am sitting in a situation where I have made a pledge to the city of Lewiston underneath the charter to represent my constituents for specific reasons. And if I can find a way to amplify your voices without supporting a ceasefire resolution that I have no business being involved in any way, shape, or form, I absolutely will. But, again, thank you all for coming out and I thank everyone for speaking. It's certainly brave, and it's if this is the only way that you can get any form of representation in this democracy, it's messy, but I guess we're going to do it. So.
Further comments from the council? Councilor Chittum.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've heard several members of council say that on principle, this is not city business. I do agree with that. However, I do think that these are exigent circumstances, and that I would encourage councilors who are inclined not to vote on this on principle, that they set that principle aside. I think it's stands in the way of progress, and I would encourage all councilors to vote in favor of this resolution. Thank you.
Councilor Roy.
I just want to say thank you to everybody too. To get up to the podium and talk, it takes a lot of guts. And for you to have a cause to bring you out here and say what you did, I applaud you all. I've heard a lot of things tonight. One thing that I ran on was I want to do the right thing. I always want to do the right thing. One thing that I heard from everybody talking that really stuck out to me is think big and not small, right? That really rang out to me. So I just want to say, you know, do the right thing, and thank you very much for coming up. Okay.
Councilor Longchamps.
I just want to say tonight you were heard. You were heard. And thank you.
Further comments from the council? Tashakur, Mahat Senate. Thank you. Thank you for being here. And yeah, I would like to, I agree with Councilor Chittum. You know, as I stated earlier, my thinking about, you know, should this be on the agenda, should it not, has, you know, been modified a little bit. And we are certainly here tonight protecting the people's wishes. And yeah, I would urge all the councilors to vote for this. Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Council from Ward 7?
No.
Ward 1?
No.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Ward 5?
For hope, yes.
Please hold your applause. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Council
Thank
from
you.
Ward 6?
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 5 to 2.
I'm sorry, Madam Clerk, can you please read the, please be quiet. Madam Clerk, can you please read that again? Motion passed, what?
Motion passed by a vote of 5 to 2.
Thank you. Have a wonderful evening. Or you can stay for the rest of the meeting.
Please stay.
It's 10 o'clock. We're going to take a, as people filter out, we're going to take a brief 5-minute recess. Thank you. Hello, yes, we're back. If you can take the conversations outside or have a seat and please be quiet. Madam Clerk, we're ready for the next agenda item. I believe it's 11.
Yes, item number 11, extension of Martell School demolition deadline. Requested action to approve extending the time frame by which the former Martell School must be demolished and removed from the site, including foundations and slabs, to July 31st, 2024. And furthermore, the city administrator is authorized to execute any option amendments or other legal document to effect that change.
May I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Councilor Glant, second by Councilor Sol. Director Jeffers, please kick us off.
I can. This is an item that nobody from Lewiston Housing was able to be here tonight. They all had prior conflicts, many of them out of state. So if there's questions specific to Lewiston Housing Authority, I cannot address them. However, the request is relatively simple. They were originally supposed to complete demolition by June 1st. They have started on the mitigation inside the building at this point. I don't have my memo down here because I thought we were postponing it, but bottom line, I think demolition of the exterior buildings will be will begin in mid-April. They should be down by the beginning of June, and they will not be able to get the foundations up, though, and removed from the site and get it planed out until mid-July. Knowing there could be some vagaries with the weather, I had suggested that the option could be extended until July 31st, which would be they have to have the buildings down, all foundations up and gone. That, in a nutshell, is the request. If you have specific questions for Lewiston Housing, I don't think I'll be able to address them, but we could punt it until the 16th, or we could take action tonight.
Councilor Najin.
The fact that Lewiston Housing isn't here right now, obviously, is a bit of a disappointment, since this is an agenda item where they're asking for an extension, yet again, on the Martell School, where we don't know if the funding, I've asked a series of questions, obviously. Once I have that series of questions answered, I'll know if there's funding in place for this project to begin with. So we've extended deadlines, we've paid for the demolition, and so without Lewiston Housing being here to talk to these issues, I would propose that we could accept this extension based on allowing a member of City Council to sit on the Lewiston Housing Authority Board. I mean, it's going to have to go back to the 16th anyways, right? Most probably, but because there are questions we have that have to be answered. But I absolutely, at this point, we've begged Lewiston Housing to produce the senior housing piece that we desperately need for our community. And I understand that there are other priorities, obviously, but this is our priority for Martell School. So it has to happen. And in that piece, like, we need a clear timeline that isn't broken for the 6th time. And again, I'm taking the position that I really think if we're going to extend this deadline, that we have some transparency into Lewiston Housing's board.
Director Jeffers, they're asking for what, a month extension?
Yeah, 1 month.
Yes. Well,
Yeah.
It's supposed to be down June 1st, and it'll be through July 31st, so it'll actually be a 60-day extension.
A 2-month extension.
To have the
Okay.
foundations up.
Right, okay. So I understand, I'm sorry, did Administrator O'Malley say
No,
something?
there was someone from the audience speaking, Mayor.
Okay, yeah, please don't, thank you. I understand that there's been a series of extenuating circumstances, and they all, in fact, I don't think any of, there would have been extenuating circumstances with any developer trying to secure this funding. I understand it's taking a while, but we will get there, and I don't see any reason why we just can't approve this 2-month extension so we can tear down the building. That would, of course, be the first step. Councilor Roy?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do agree with that, what you just said, Mr. Mayor. However, the last couple of times that we've postponed this, didn't they come back and ask for money, right? More money. So again, this is my concern here, that if we push it off for another 60 days, are they going to come back and ask for more money? And I would agree with Councilor Najin. If, this is something that is going to happen, I would suggest what he said, put somebody on the board.
Director Jeffers, are they asking for more money?
They have not made a request to me at this point.
Thank you. Councilor Gallant.
Thank you, Mayor. You said they're going to start in April and end in July?
The buildings themselves should be down right by June 1st, very shortly thereafter, but to get the foundations out of the ground and the sites, there's rebar and everything else, so they have to hammer those things apart. So it'll be, end of July is giving them 2 weeks of leeway.
So I'm of the opinion they're not asking an extension to start the job. They've come to realize there's more work to be done, and those in contracting know that that can happen when you go out and start testing things. So, and I, for one, would like to see them start and not delay this another couple of weeks so they stop again, because worst case scenario, if they walk away from the project, we're gonna have a nice flat piece of land that we can go do something with. If it comes back to the city. So, you know, there's still potential for somebody else to do something. If we delay this 2 weeks, they may delay starting in April 15th and don't pick it up till May, now it could be in August. So I would vote for the extension. I don't think it's gonna hurt us. And I still would like to see somebody on their board.
Mr. Mayor?
Director Jeffers, did you have something?
If you look in your
Or,
packet,
sorry,
that was me.
Administrator O'Malley, do you have something?
Yes, I do. If you look in your packet, Gary St. Laurent from St. Laurent Sons did provide a tentative schedule. And as Director Jeffers has indicated, the problem is just getting out the foundation and the slabs because there's some sewer lines and things like that. So they are going to begin it. The option was that they would be completed by June 1st, the demolition, Councilor Najin. So they're just asking for that. And I would agree with Councilor Gallant that I know Gary's been wanting to start this, so he wants to get moving. Gary St. Laurent wants to get moving on doing this. So I think, as Councilor Gallant says, worst case scenario is we have a flat piece of land once they're done if you give this extension. But if you look at Gary, I think Councilor Jeffers just extended it to the end of July because they're giving July 19th as a tentative date that they should be done with the demolition and the removal of the slabs and the foundation.
And I appreciate you mentioning that, Administrator O'Malley. My concern is that if we delay, you know, St. Laurent may fit in another project, and there's going to be even more delay at that point. Councilor Najin.
Again, so we're talking about extending a timeline, right, in order for demolition. The thing is, like, we can't even get LHA to come to the meeting now in order to explain why they don't have the funding for this project. And so, you know, if I'm reading this correctly, it's the application for which is due March 28th, 2024 for Martell Schools funding. And so, again, I'm just really upset that what is supposed to be a community partner in building affordable housing, especially senior affordable housing, doesn't even bother to show up to explain what's going on.
And to be fair, they made me aware on Friday, right up against the agenda deadline, that turns out nobody was going to be able to make this meeting. Everybody was out. They did ask for a delay until the 16th. And so as we were just discussing it at the staff level, they said, well, let's see, this is pretty straightforward. Let's put it in front of the council and leave it to you. If you would simply like to delay action until the 16th.
I would be fine with delaying to the 16th.
Okay.
Like, that would be absolutely fine with me, because there are questions here that I still have that I want answers to. So.
Understood, and I would like to make the point, the contract has been awarded, so St. Laurent is going on to your point, Councilor Gallant. It's really getting the foundations up. The contract's been awarded. It's my understanding that asbestos removal is underway in the building, and within the next 2 weeks or so, they should be starting exterior demolition. So about the time this would be back in front of the council, there should be wrecking balls on this. They don't use those anymore, but whatever they use to knock down buildings, wrecking balls are a lot more exciting.
Councilor Najin, did you have something else?
Well, there's just a motion on the floor, I think, at this point, so.
Do you mind using your mic?
There's just a motion on the floor at this point, so I think if we're going to, we either have to withdraw the motion or vote for it or vote against it, but my preference would be that we table this item to the next meeting.
So I disagree completely. You know, LHA has been here, I don't know, Madam Clerk, like 50 times, and to say that they don't bother to show up, that just kind of belies like they've really been like committed to this project, and there has been some delays, but that does not, you know, when councilors say that, that doesn't recognize all the delay that the council has introduced to this project, and not necessarily this council, but the previous one. And so we could have been a lot further along if there was not, if there was more political will earlier. I think this is, you know, this agenda item is not questions about the funding or anything else. It's pretty straightforward. Like, they just need an extra couple months to finish this. And if there's questions about funding or other questions, you know, we can certainly invite them in for an informational workshop or something like that. I just, you know, we're worried about delay, and then we're introducing more delay here. I think it's going to be easy to pass this and then get our questions answered later. Councillor Gallant.
Thank you, Mayor. Is your concern about the demolition or something else, Councilor Najin?
My concern is specifically to the timeline that they've already presented and the fact that they do not, according to this agenda packet, do not have the funding to build this property. And so I want to understand, one, why, again, I was not serving on the past council. I watched a lot of videos, but I wasn't in the executive sessions. I don't know exactly what was going on. I want to understand why this is not a priority for Lewiston Housing, or if it is, what the failure is. And I want to hear it personally. I do not want to hear it. I do not want to hear it from, you know, I have those questions.
And I accept and understand that, and I agree with you, but I think this is a separate item about demolition, not about the process. And we should allow the demolition to happen, and then, as the mayor said, let's bring them in and get these questions answered officially from them. So, because it's going to probably be like a rabbit hole thing where we're going to ask a lot of questions that doesn't really pertain to this one item. That's what I'm talking about.
And to say that Lewiston Housing is not committed to this project is just is a complete, you know, it just doesn't make any sense. They've submitted multiple plans for this. They've come back to the table. I mean, if they were watching this meeting right now, they would probably think, yes, why are we still doing this? But in fact, they are. And they have been committed to the project. And unfortunately, there's been delays and some bad luck. But we have an opportunity to move this forward tonight, and I encourage the council to do so. We're heading to public comment for this agenda item.
Thank you. Matt Roy, Ward 3. Now, Mr. Mayor, to Councilor Gallant's point, we already have a contract with St. Laurent and Sons for phase 1, we'll call it, which apparently is going to take about 6 weeks to complete, tearing the whole building down, everything that's the interior of the building. For whatever reason, they're projecting it's going to take them 6 weeks to 60 days to clear out the foundation. I'm no engineer, but I know, well, we have 2 engineers in the building currently. You know, maybe they could give us answers that, you know, Maine Housing probably can't give us, since they're not, you know, architects or engineers or demolition experts. Well, St. Laurent is, Maine Housing not. And to Councilor Najin's point, demolition is separate than financing the actual project that we've had multiple meetings with Lewiston Housing. And I guess finally, to the mayor's point, to say this is a lack of political will does not acknowledge the COVID pandemic, because Lewiston Public Schools ended using Martell mid-June 2019, because they started at Connors August of 2019. So, yeah, so to say it's political will on this council, the last council, and the council before that is not accurate of the total situation because of COVID 4 years ago. Thank you.
Further public comment?
Ronnie Parity, I've been working on this, as some of you know, since 2019, and I'm really upset. I can see the vote tonight to extend because we need to do that, because that's the only way. But we need to get them in front of us and answer the questions. Are they going to hold? Are they going to start way next year or the year after to start building? And I really am upset because we don't have enough senior housing here in Lewiston. And this is the first one that's been built since I don't know when. You know, I don't know when Barker Mills or any of them were. Meadowview, I know, was way in the 70s or late 60s. Markham Arms, I don't know when. But anyway, they've been around for at least the 80s, most of the senior housing, and we need senior housing. Please, our seniors need the money. They're worried about reevaluation. I'll tell you, I'm worried about reevaluation for my house. I don't know if it's going to go up or down or what. We're on fixed incomes. Please, please do something. And I think we should have more senior housing in the outer skirts of Lewiston and not just downtown and everything. And price to seniors 55 and over. So please don't let this fail and everything like that. It's really depressing to me that we're not doing enough for seniors in this city. And we've been focused all the times downtown, what downtown can do. The seniors don't want to go downtown. Anyway.
Louise Sampson, Ward 5. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for wanting this to go forward. I agree with everything this lady has just said. We need more senior housing. I am a senior. I want to live at the Martell School project if and when it gets done. So please vote yes for this extension of 2 months. I don't like the idea of the extension, but hey, what are you going to do? Chris Gilmurray was here at the last meeting 2 weeks ago because I spoke to him, just to let you know that he has shown up. I have a question, Mr. Harriman. I thought you were part of going to the Lewiston Housing meetings to represent the council, or did I not hear this correctly at some point?
It may have been the City of Lewiston's Housing Committee, perhaps?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's separate from Lewiston Housing Authority.
Oh, so it's for the school committee?
No, it's a city committee.
City.
On housing. Yeah.
It is. No, it's not. It's not. Oh, okay. I guess I misunderstood. All right.
Okay.
Does anybody know when they are going to start building, if and when everything happens? But it should be this year sometime, shouldn't it? Can you answer those questions?
I can give you the parameters. They are.
The sooner the better.
They have their development review approval from the planning board. They are seeking financing at this point. They applied for the 9% round back in the fall. Were not successful. They are now looking to do a 4% round, which is the next round. They've been invited to apply, but they have not yet heard.
I mean, it's going to happen.
It all comes down, as it always does, it comes down to finding the financing. It will be funded with low-income housing tax credits. There's different kinds of low-income housing tax credits. They have applied, were turned down for the more competitive round, and then this 4% round is, they literally applied last week.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Councilor Chittum.
Thank you. We're losing control of the item here, which is a question on whether to extend the deadline for demolition of the Martell School. We've gone off into a rabbit hole tangent, and I would prefer to bring us back to what we're supposed to be discussing. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Jeffers, did you have anything else to add? Okay.
No.
Is there further public comment?
So this project's been going on for years. Councilor Nanjean, you had a really good point. Maybe we do need someone on the board to find out what's going on. Should we approve this so they can start demolition? Give them an extra 60 days? Yes, because I'm interested in what the contract says for failure to meet the contract deadline. You don't build a project without having, you know, if you're designing it with overruns, that's a wonderful way to work if you can get paid that way. But there should be some sort of restrictions. It took you 40 days over. There's a 10% discount to the construction cost or demolition cost. You know, I realize this is a semi-government agency, so the idea of cost overruns are built into the system. But yes, approve, let them build, and then bring them before us, not as a workshop, because as a workshop, we can't ask any questions of them. Only you can. If they were here tonight, we could ask the questions we wanted to know. And they could answer them or just blow us off. But as a workshop, you guys are the only ones who can ask questions. We aren't even allowed.
Further public comment? And back to the council. Councilor Najin?
Obviously, I'm certainly frustrated with the speed in which this project's happening. I understand that Lewiston Housing is our partner in creating senior affordable housing. But I do have questions that I would want to have answered. And the way that I read this, it sounds like the demolition wouldn't start until April 18th anyways. And they're asking for a 60-day extension. And as Lincoln or Director Jeffers had mentioned, that they had asked to possibly move it to the next agenda. And I would prefer to do that than to approve something without talking to anyone from LHA. And that's just my opinion.
Councilor Harriman?
Thank you. No, I see these as two separate issues here, and I would support extending the time frame, but if Director Jeffers says that the LHA has asked to move this to the next agenda, I would be okay with that if they are, if they're on board with it too. I think we have a lot of questions that need to be answered, and they may not pertain specifically to the demolition, but I think we deserve answers for them.
Councilor Glant?
If we decide to move it to the 16th, then it needs to be rewritten so we can ask questions. If not, we should stay within the perimeters of what the thing says. So if we're gonna, we either shoot it down today and have them come back the 16th with whatever questions you all have, or put a new agenda item on the 16th to have them come and answer questions and approve this today, just in case the contractor might be able to start on the 14th.
Administrator O'Malley, when was the contractor going to start?
Started March 20th. Asbestos abatement.
They've already begun the process of getting the asbestos remediation has already started. So I think the issue is, and the way the contract is written, if they're not completed by the June 1st date, that they would be, we could buy the property from them back for $1 and pay for all the demolition that they've done. So I think they're trying to avoid that. But I know that St. Laurent and Son has already begun the process, or has the subcontractor who's doing the asbestos removal has already began. But they're just saying, we're not going to be able to finish this by June 1st based on the timeline of getting all the asbestos out. We can tear the building down, but then we're having the issue of then having to bring in the heavy equipment to get the foundation, the slabs removed. And that's why Gary has then talked to Chris at LHA saying, I'm going to need some more time to do this. That's why they're only addressing the demolition part, not the part of that the building will be completed by July 1st of 2025. And I think a lot of it comes down to the funding they didn't get that they thought they were going to get. So I think they may have to, I wouldn't be surprised if they don't get the funding, and Lincoln probably correct me, they may be back here, Councilor Najin, saying we weren't able to get that funding, so we're going to have to address. address that timeline. And then that would be your time for you folks to say, okay, nope, we want to buy the property back for $1, and we're going to pay you what you did, pay St. Lawrence and Sons for what they did. Or you'll make that decision of what they say in terms of financing, what's available for that location.
Thank you, Administrator. Councilor Shim, did you have something?
Me?
Yeah, I thought you had your...
I did. That was a while ago. Thank you. I think the matter at hand is whether or not to extend the demolition deadline. The other questions that Councilor Najin is asking are relevant. They're important. They need to be answered. I don't know why we can't put an agenda item on April 16th and require LHA to be here to answer those questions. It really doesn't involve the extension of the demolition deadline. So,
Councilor Longchamps, did you have something?
Yes. I don't think we should delay this extension at all, but I am very disappointed that no one is here to represent or ask any of these questions. So if you're watching, LHA, yeah, it is disappointing.
Just to be absolutely clear, if I heard Director Jeffers correctly, they said that they couldn't be here late, and then staff made the decision, like, you know what, we're going to try to run with it anyways because it's already on
Friday?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah, they're not no-shows, like, just to be clear. Councilor Najin?
Again, the demolition is supposed to start until April 18th. They asked Director Jeffers to push this agenda item to the next meeting. And again, I'm begging Lewiston Housing to build the housing. I mean, at this point, we could have bonded it and secured the funds. We need senior housing. But I do want those questions answered before we move forward when they already asked to push it to the next agenda.
I guess I would be concerned that St. Laurent, yeah, I mean, because what if we don't pass it on the 16th, and they're going to start 2 days later? I mean, they're going to move the equipment somewhere else. They're going to be losing money.
Mr. Mayor, I move the question.
Madam Clerk, do we need a second for that?
Yes, you do.
Second.
All right, Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
So this is to move the question, which is Counselor from Ward 7,
Yes.
Ward 1,
No.
Ward 2,
Yes.
Ward 3,
Yes.
Ward 4,
Yes.
Ward 5,
Yes.
Ward 6.
Yes.
Passed by a vote of 6-1 to move the question. So now the motion before you is the pending motion that's in your book, to approve extending the time frame by which the former Martell School must be demolished and removed from the site, including foundations and slabs, to July 31st, 2024, and furthermore, the city administrator is authorized to execute any option amendments or other legal document to effect that change. Counselor from Ward 7?
Yes.
Ward 1?
No.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Ward 5?
Yes.
Ward 6?
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 6-1.
Mr. Mayor?
Councilor Chinham, yes.
If I could, I would like to request that LHA be placed on the April 16th agenda to answer the questions that Councilor Najin and others will have for it.
I mean, at that point, Madam Clerk, that would probably just be an informational session at the end of the meeting, since that's not really an agenda item. We're going to be asking questions, but there's going to be no action. Councilor Najin?
It would be an informational session because we just gave up our leverage in order to get any control over how LHA operates in our community. So.
I disagree because they could have bought it back. We could have bought it back for $1 and then repaid them everything that they've just spent. We didn't have any leverage. Councilor Gallant?
And the thought of working through this fairly quickly, would the councilors please come up with the questions that they have, so maybe we can give them to them in advance, so they can have an answer for us, so we're not sitting here with 25 questions and pay an hour and a half when we should give them the questions, and then we can go through them. A new question might show up, but that would eliminate us going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. I would recommend that, or ask that to be done.
We can send those questions to you, Administrator O'Malley.
If you could all send those to me, and we'll put that as an informational item for the 16th.
Perfect. And you'll coordinate with Lewiston Housing, Director Jeffers?
I'll make them aware, yes.
Excellent. Councilor Roy, did you have something before we move to the next agenda item?
I'm just, excuse my ignorance, will everybody have a chance to ask them questions, like members of, if it's informational?
Well, since it's not a workshop, it is going to be on the agenda. There will be a public comment period.
Thank you. That's what I wanted to know.
We good?
I'm good.
Madam Clerk, we are on item number 12,
Item
right?
number 12,
Yeah.
resolve adopting the 2024 Androscoggin County Natural Hazards Mitigation Plan. Requested action to approve the resolve adopting the 2024 Androscoggin County Natural Hazards Mitigation Plan.
So moved.
Second.
Yes, Councilor Chittum, followed by Councilor Gallant. Discussion? What staff was in charge of that?
Yeah, I can answer those questions. Excuse, sorry about that. Yeah, this began back in 2022. We have to update our plan. I want to think it's every 7 years. I'm looking at Director Gagny. It's every 7 years. So it's Lewiston, Auburn. It's actually all 14 communities here in Androscoggin County. We have to do this in order to qualify for federal hazard, flood, that kind of stuff. That's what we did with FEMA, with the Veterans Park, those type of things. So it's basically, it allows us to, we have studies to reduce the vulnerabilities. We have public works, we have police, we have fire. It's every community, our EMA. So the first step is we go through this process, which took us almost 2 years. It's been conditionally approved by MEMA, which would be Maine, and now we have to send it to FEMA. And you folks, there's in the packet that we need you all to sign off on, and this is being done in every community here in Androscoggin County. And then we'll have a final report. So it's not finalized yet because the feds have to sign off on it, but part of that process to submit it to them is to get you folks, and then we do the 13 other communities here in Androscoggin County.
Thank you, Administrator O'Malley. Questions or comments? Councilor Chittum?
Do our signatures cost anything?
And actually, often you ask what's the return on investment, so those signatures will allow us to apply for federal loans.
Thank you, Mr. Administrator.
Public comment on this agenda item. Back to the council. Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Counselor from Ward 7?
Yes.
Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Ward 5?
Yes.
Word 6.
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 7-0.
Item number 13.
Item number 13, adoption of city council meetings scheduled for the months of July and August. Requested action to suspend section 1A of the rules governing the city council and to only hold one regular meeting during the month of July, said meeting to be held on Tuesday, July 16th at 7 p.m., and to hold only one regular meeting during the month of August, said meeting to be held on Tuesday, August 20th at 7 p.m.
May I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Councilor Chittum,
Second.
by Councilor Gallant. Discussion? Public comment? Back to the council.
Discussion?
We're back to the council now.
The public hasn't commented. Yes,
I have a
minor
comment.
correction.
Thank you. Go ahead.
One minor correction, it's section 2A, not 1A of the council rules.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Chittum. Mr. Roy, please commence
Yes,
your public comment.
Mr. Mayor, yeah, Matt Roy, Ward 3. Now, I'm pretty sure there has never been a case, at least in the last 10 years, where we've had one meeting in July and August. As part of the schedule, it's pretty normal just to have one meeting in July and August. Instead of every year suspending the rules why don't we just change the rules and we wouldn't have to have this agenda item every year? Because the rules as written say there's 2 regular meetings a month. But every year, we suspend the rules just to have one meeting in July and August. Just like I said at your first regular meeting at your inauguration, all those authorizations that we make to department head, well, the city clerk, administrator, deputy clerk, all those authorizations, finance and, the deputy finance director also, all those authorizations. Why don't we just take care of that as like I said then, as an ordinance that delegates this, because we just do the same thing every 2 years. We should just amend the rules that say we're going to have one meeting in July and one meeting in August. You can call the special meetings after it. I won't care, because I'll be vacationing in Naples, Maine. But anyway, thank you.
Further public comment? Back to the council. Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Counsel from Ward 7?
Yes.
Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Ward 5?
Yes.
Ward 6?
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 7-0.
Item number 14.
Item number 14, informational update on the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission Lewiston Falls Hydroelectric Project relicensing. No formal action is required. This is informational only.
Please introduce yourselves and kick us off.
Good evening.
And if I can have counselors hold their questions until they're finished.
Good evening. I'm Shelley Norton. I'm the Acting Director of Planning and Code Enforcement.
Kevin Gagne, Director of Public Works.
So we're here tonight to provide a little background and bring you up to speed on what's been happening for the last couple of years with relicensing of the Lewiston Falls Hydro Dam. Relicensing takes place every 30 to 50 years, and the dam license expires in August of 2026. So the relicensing process started in 2021. During this process, the applicant, in this case Brookfield White Plains Hydro LLC, who is the owner, is required to address their impacts with the dam to fisheries, recreation, water quality, and aesthetics, among other things. And as part of that, communities or other affected entities can request mitigation being provided. So in 2021, they submitted their pre-application to FERC, which is the regulatory agency that does the relicensing. At that time, the city, as well as other stakeholders, requested 3 studies to be done, one on aesthetics, one on river access and recreation flow, and the third one on special dissolved oxygen levels in a joint letter. So we've also been advised that other licensing processes have gone more smoothly and communities have been more successful in what they've asked for if we provide joint comments that are in concert with each other, not at odds with what, let's say, Auburn is asking, or an entity that we might be partnering with as a stakeholder. So we've been typically working as a group on these comments. There was a final study plan that was created that we had joint comments on. They've completed the 2022 and 2023 study seasons that were outlined in that for those studies. And are working on studies or have completed studies related to water quality and wildlife, recreation, aesthetics, and archaeology. So at this point in time, staff is reviewing the information they've provided, as has the City of Auburn is working on that and other entities as well. One of the things that we noted is that the study area was reduced in size. The canals in Lewiston were taken out of the study area. There was a meeting with FERC staff last week, and we found out that that we can request mitigation outside of the study area, and it can be considered. So we're not necessarily limited to the study area that was included in your packet. So that was good news to find out. So on February 26th of this year, 2024, they submitted their draft license application. Kevin and his team have reviewed the 500 pages of the
Skimmed to
application.
5,300 pages.
So they've been working on that, trying to understand what they've proposed. At this point, our understanding from preliminary review is that they aren't proposing any mitigation or new recreational facilities. However, we have been told that's not uncommon in a draft license. But we've also been advised that now is the time that we have to provide our meaningful comments. We can't wait for the final licensing filing. So in anticipation of that, we've been meeting with stakeholders in the last couple of months to start pulling together draft comments that hopefully all the entities would sign on to. Our intent, based on when we have to submit that, so it has to be submitted later in May, would be to come back to you at your May 7th meeting for approval of those mitigation requests. In the memo that we provided, we outlined a few areas that we, as staff, as well as the stakeholders, have identified that we would love, some comments and feedback on. And I don't know how you want to proceed, if you would like to have us provide sort of draft comments by email that you can digest and think about before the 7th, if you want to try to have a workshop. So we're here to start the discussion and find out how you want to proceed.
I would add that recent meetings with the stakeholders group has been very informative, that I'm much more optimistic that we can actually do some things that line up with our River Island master plan, with our overall recreational plan, and that we're like-minded as Auburn in trying to use the river as a resource and have more benefit to having a dam above our falls. So I would add that there is some time, even after we submit these comments, that we should discuss in the future of the ability, there's something as a arbitrator. So if you choose to file in that, it's not necessarily legal. You don't need to get lawyers and have a lawsuit, but it does allow you to have another say if what we request is not taken into account. We could say, wait, we asked for that. So even though we may miss something and we go through this process and we come up with a list of items that we'd like to have added, doesn't mean we still have, that's our only voice. So we do have some other options.
Thank you both. Questions or comments from the council? Councilor Najin.
I'm just wondering if we have any type of visual piece for the things that have been. I know that Auburn was pretty much ahead of the curve as far as working on some of the pieces for their access to the waterfront in particular, and also with the trail system, and considering the fact that we're looking at a possible $30 million grant, statewide for trail improvements. I'm just wondering if there's information that you could share about the overall plan that both Lewiston and Auburn is backing, and then I think the feedback points as far as the header comment, not header comments, but comments that have been shared, we could probably just get that as a document, could be shared via email, nothing too strenuous.
Sure. I mean, we have some images tonight, but they're pretty much out of the River Island master plan and some documents that have already been shared with you. We'll try to put something that's more comprehensive. I think, there's opportunity, recreation opportunity from Gulf Island Dam up, and to what Councilor Najin was talking about when we talk about mitigation, that's what can the permittee, Brookfield, am I getting that right? Too many. Okay, so what they can do, because they are operating for power and revenue on a state water. So there's trails. Part of the group has asked for portages around any dams or impoundments. And then Auburn has looked at incorporating trail system all the way up into Riverlands Park. We've been looking at some things, and some things to consider, and I'll just share with you is, Gulf Island Dam around, all the way down to Deer Rips would be really nice to connect all the different pieces that we've been trying to work on. So, we do have a couple launches. We have a launch just north of the sewer treatment plant. What type of amenities to improve that. So these are the things that are generally, we can ask for, we'd like a trail, or we'd like some access or park or something like that. Asking for funds to build our own is not going to be as well received. So I think of items that they could do. Right now, if you've been up in north on Gulf Island, there's islands that you can actually camp on. They take care of that. There's fire pits, there's access points, it's well marked. So if we're looking to do something like that on any of the islands in our stretch of the river, or any beautification or access points, that's generally what we'd be trying to ask for.
Was there any mention of some type of boat launch on the Lewiston side of the reservoir? Was there any focus on that at all? Because I know there's a couple of hand carries, but on the Auburn side, you can drive in a powerboat, and that's like the perfect section of the river to actually have a powerboat on. So
Right. So I know I raised some of those points, and I think that would be something we'd come back as a draft, but that's definitely something we're looking at, is each of the stretches where you either have the falls or the rips, and then below the rips would be nice to have an access point for either powerboat, or we do need options for rescue as well. So if we're having recreation on there, it'd be nice to provide rescue options to get on there as well. We have talked about minimum flows over the falls, either during festivals or events, lighting the falls. There's been talks about adding additional flow through the canal system, and that's something Lewiston we need to ask specifically. I was just having a conversation tonight with Director Jeffers about, what was some of the concepts around uses inside of our canals in alignment with our plan. So we're trying to look at some of those things. We'll have some other ideas. Just want to let you know we're thinking about it, let you know we want your ideas and any public comment to try to put this together, because it's a one ask for the next 40 years, and we might have a couple more times, but this is the big time to ask the big stuff.
When is the deadline to submit comments or submit ideas?
Yeah, we believe it's May 20th. There was a little question about the date. It's either a little later in May. The 20th is the earlier date. So Auburn was going to be verifying that timeline, but
60 days from the time that they officially filed their draft, I believe, is the start.
Okay. I know members of the public have already, some of them have already chimed in because they were part of the task force. But Administrator O'Malley, yeah, could we put on the agenda, maybe, Madam Clerk, maybe it could be like a public hearing, taking ideas for this, for the next meeting. Thank you. Councilor Chittum.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Director Gagne, did I hear you say that one of the things that we could ask for would be a guaranteed minimum flow in the canals?
We currently have 150 CFS by agreement. The question would be what type of uses, what we might need to get additional use or flows in the future. So right now, we're, in talking with Director Jeffers, it seems like we're about half of that flow right now, so about 70 to 80 cubic feet per second. We're moving through our canals to keep the water fresh and not stagnant and not become a problem. So 150 CFS, if we decided to do some activity, create some white water or something like that, may not be enough. So we would need to ask, because when we now own the canals, in 2018, we bought the canals from Brookfield. So if, depending on the time of year, if they don't have excess water, it would be taking away from their power generation. So that's why it would be up to Lewiston to ask, and not necessarily the rest of the stakeholders for our use on the canal.
Okay, but this is the time when, if we wanted to have a minimum flow in the canals, we could ask for it.
Or just have an opportunity and say, we'd like to revisit our water use in the canal every 2 years, or an annual review on, so let's say next year or in 2 years, we were looking to do an event and we needed a certain amount of volume above 150 CFS. We could say during the week, this week in August, we'd like to have 400 CFS. At least
Okay.
we'd be at the table asking and have an opportunity and not just get shut down.
Great, good idea, thank you.
Further comments from the council? Thank you both.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you.
We are now up to reports and updates from the council, should there be any.
Should be some, but.
Councilor Harriman.
Thank you. So I just have school committee. I wasn't able to make it to the meeting last night because we had a special meeting. But at the previous one, we talked about the budget, and I think we've come to a final place on that. It looks like we'll be taking about $4 million off the superintendent's budget, and I believe that's being presented to us on Tuesday.
Tuesday.
Yeah, on Tuesday. So we'll see that. Some of the things that are really impacting it are the special education budget. Because we don't have the capacity in-house to serve all of our students, we have to send them to other special purpose schools, and those costs have really skyrocketed. So there'll also be some spending in there, some proactive spending to kind of build up our capacity here in order to serve kids at home, which is ultimately better for them, but will also save money. That's all I've got for now.
Councilor Chittum.
Thank you. I'd like to ask Councilor Harriman, I was talking with Scott Anir very recently, and Auburn obviously has the same problem with special education and private schools. Has the school committee reached out, either school committee reached out to their compatriots on the other side of the river to see what sort of synergies could be had?
I remember that we talked about it. I don't know if that has actually happened, but that would be a good question for the superintendent on Tuesday.
Okay.
Is he coming on Tuesday?
I believe so.
Okay. Apparently the superintendent will be here on Tuesday. More reports and updates. What's that?
Not promising anything, but I thought he was.
He will be here on Tuesday. I've spoken with Jake.
Okay, we received confirmation. Thank you, Administrator O'Malley. More reports and updates. Councilor Harriman, did you have something else?
I was just wondering if there have been any committee appointments since our last meeting, if they could be read into the record.
I just made one tonight. It was Linda Scott to Historic Preservation. Hooray for Linda. Further reports and updates. Seeing none, we're now up to new business. Is there any? Councilor Najin.
Just to touch on one subject, the shelter overlay, and also some of the rules around it. I don't know exactly what that is as far as being brought back before the council to look at, but I would like to do that at some point. I would also like to say if any of the councilors has not been to Calvary Baptist Church to see the operation, it's going to be closing shortly, but yeah. But I do think it's important that you see the work that's being done, and also the population being served. So, yeah.
Excuse me. Okay. Madam Clerk, I believe we're heading into executive session.
Yes, we have executive session. Item number 17, executive session pursuant to Maine Revised Statutes annotated Title I, Section 405-6C, to discuss an economic development issue of which the premature disclosure of the information would prejudice the competitive bargaining position of the city. Requested action to enter into an executive session pursuant to Maine Revised Statutes annotated Title I, Section 405-6C, to discuss an economic development issue of which the premature disclosure of the information would prejudice the competitive bargaining position of the city.
May I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Councilor Gallant, second by Councilor Chittum. Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Council from Ward 7?
Yes.
Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Ward 5?
Yes.
Ward 6? Passed by a vote of 7-0.
We're heading into executive session. We will not be back. Lewiston, you have a wonderful evening. And enjoy
Madam Clerk, did you
enjoy
get
our
my
spring
yes?
snowstorm.